guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds.
Chief
Guidance is
AGI.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this
10,
president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds.
Chief
Guidance is
AGI.
internal. 12.
don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds.
Chief
Guidance is
AGI.
internal. 12.
don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
And we are
Good
back.
morning.
Good morning. It is Thursday, July 16th, 2026. Saying good morning is so funny. It's like what Gabe does from Australia. Good morning, everyone.
It's the
From
Australian
the Melbourne
hospitality.
office. It's the Australian hospitality.
Yeah.
Oh, monitoring the soccer. Messi did it again.
He did it
yesterday.
again.
He did it again. He can't keep getting away with this, but he's going to against Spain on Sunday.
Yes.
Also, this
Who is
is-
the best Spanish player?
Lamine Yamal. You know about the Messi Lamine Yamal lore?
I don't actually.
In 2007, Messi did some like charity photo thing with this like random baby that ended up being
Oh, you did tell me this. Yeah.
Lamine Yamal. Just like
Insane.
insane, like unbelievable. Like of all of the like historical photos out there, coincidental historical photos, this is really something. This is like the photo of like a young Bill Clinton at age like 19 shaking hands with JFK, but even more so because he was like a baby. He was a random baby. It's not like his parents were famous or anything.
So insane. He sealed his fate right
What's
here.
even more insane, well, Messi ended up playing for Barcelona famously for a
Mm.
very long time, and then he left for PSG. Lamine Yamal joined Barcelona after Messi had left, so they never played on a club together. They've also never played against each other until the first time they're going to play against each other is a World Cup final.
Dude, this
crazy.
is like an anime finale.
This is literally like anime nonsense. This is like unrealistic script.
yeah.
He's a very cute baby.
Also, Messi's hair at the time is crazy.
Yeah. Long hair maxing and no beard. Now he has like a fade
Wow.
and a whole beard and everything. Anyway, Messi's going to win on
I don't
Sunday.
know. I don't know.
It's his 6th World Cup, I think. 6, 10, 14, 18. 20. Yeah, it's his 6th World Cup. He might win back-to-backs at the age of 39 in his 6th World Cup, while Yamal is 18 and this is his first one. Crazy. If Yamal becomes a superstar like Messi, this will just be like one of the greatest soccer photos of all time.
Yeah. Wow.
Anyway,
I'm rooting for him. I'm rooting for Messi. No, I'm rooting for Yamal. Like, this is just too good of a story. Imagine he beats him after being baptized by him. Oh my
Imagine
God.
all the AI generated like anime videos on Reels, regardless of what happens. It's gonna be like, heh, you did good, kid.
Yeah.
Anyway, Kimi K3 is now out, kind of. There's no official paper or anything, but they have some docs out on the Kimi website. And they have the model in the Kimi chat interface. Have you ever used any of the Kimi models?
Like once or twice.
They're pretty good. Let's see. Should we eval it on anything?
Do we have any benchmark information?
We do. There is some.
Where?
Let's take a look at probably Lisan Al Gaib will have them. You know this account?
Yes.
My goat. This is one of my beloved mutuals. He tweets a lot. Oh my god, this guy tweets a lot. Give me K3. Where are the benchmarks? He's like digging into all of these like obscure like Chinese blog post generations. So one of the huge crazy things about this model is it's 2.8 trillion parameters. So it's a very, very large model, but also it's sonnet priced. It's priced at what? 3 and 15. So $3 per million input tokens, 15 per million output tokens. So you have this like enormous model, probably around half the size of Fable, that is going for sonnet prices. For reference, Fable's what? 10 and 50? Something like that? Or 15 and 50? It's 10 and 50. So this is 3 and 15. So it's a third the cost of Fable.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently it's like similarly good. Not
To
quite.
Fable?
Not quite as good.
I
but
saw to Opus.
outperforming Opus, but
Yeah.
behind Fable. Yeah.
Okay.
So outperforming Opus for sonnet pricing as an open source model
Wow.
is very impressive. The Financial Times actually wrote an article about this, surprisingly. They finally locked in. Financial Times tech coverage alternates between being totally mid and being really good.
I always have to go to my proletariat TechCrunch or Yahoo Finance to find like those versions of the articles.
Yeah,
Sad.
that is sad. But you'll get
Later
FTC.
today I'll get subs, don't even worry.
Chinese AI startup Moonshot to launch model challenging Anthropic's lead. Some of us have known about Moonshot for a very long time.
Okay, early award.
Yeah, I knew about this before you did. Award. So Moonshot,
Congrats.
like ZAI, is based in Beijing, China, not in Hangzhou. It was launched actually in March 2023 on the 50th anniversary of Dark Side of the Moon, the album by Pink Floyd, which was the founder Yang Zhilin's favorite album and the inspiration for the company's name. Moonshot, Dark Side of the Moon. Crazy. Pretty cool. So originally in 2023 it was 300 million valuation. Oh man, I really wish like all of these companies went public at under $1 billion. You know, like companies used to.
Back in my day.
This is kind of before my day.
Yeah, back when IPOs meant something.
Yeah,
Back when being a unicorn meant something.
Mm-hmm. Chinese AI startup Moonshot is set to release an LLM with capabilities approaching those of frontier US labs such as Anthropic. I wonder what Kimi K3 will get on the Epoch Capabilities Index.
Yeah. When do you like how fast are they usually?
Not very fast.
Okay.
I wish Epoch would be a little faster. The top model on Epoch Capabilities Index right now is, any guesses?
Fable.
No, it's Soul.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I
So
forgot
this
about
model is not going to beat Soul, by the way. Kimi K3 is not going to beat Soul,
Mhm.
but it's still going to be quite good. We have, actually, Fable is in third place behind GPT 5.5 Pro. Yeah, they don't have any of these new models. GPT 5.6 Terra is above Opus. Opus is washed.
Opus is so washed, honestly.
Sonnet has been washed. Haiku has been washed forever. Sonnet has been washed for a long time. Opus is getting washed now too. It's Fable or nothing. It's Nerf or nothing. So let's see. Beijing base group is scheduled to release Kimi K3 with 2 to 3 trillion parameters in the coming days. It's 2.8 trillion parameters. With a higher parameter count generally leading to greater capabilities. I mean, all else equal, if you have a model with more parameters, it's going to be a better model.
Yeah. By the way, do we have access to the Chinese internet? I know that like we have access to like the big search websites, but like where are these conversations going down in China? Are there like forums,
We need to get Brent on this.
like AI forums?
I think there's like they post on like Xiaohongshu and
I doubt it's
don't
on
know,
like
there
Red Note
must
or
be.
whatever.
no, there's some stuff there.
Do you think there's AI discourse on Red Note? Wait,
Some.
should we be monitoring this?
Wait, let me ask Kimmy. Let's ask Kimmy.
Let's ask Kimmy. This would be
If
our eval.
I wanted to understand Chinese AI discourse, where should I go? In America, all AI discourse happens on
You can say
X.
Twitter and Discord or something.
And sometimes Discord. All right, Kimmy, let's see what you got. Thinking. Where to study Chinese AI discourse in the United States. Okay, so it knows that I'm in the United States. Well, Weibo, WeChat, Bilibili, Xiaohongshu, which is Red Note.
It's probably Red Note. Or not Red Note. Probably WeChat. I haven't really like spent time on WeChat, so I don't know if they have like how much of it is like super public versus just group chats and DMs or whatever.
I do wonder, like, what's the Chinese equivalent of tech Twitter?
Yeah.
Practical notes, no single town square. Discourse is fragmented and semi-private.
Mm.
Many frontier researchers post on X in English. That is true. Actually, if you go on Twitter and you look at Kimi, levels of shadow banning previously unseen, -1 retweets. If you go on Kimi, they have some affiliates. I think I even have some mutuals. Yeah,
Oh, I should follow these people.
we got a mutual here. This is my beloved Twitter mutual, Crystal, from Kimi Moonshot, who me using Kimi K27 to rename a file. This is like a NetCap girl tweet. This is like a banger GPT tweet.
Are there
Less-
Chinese anons? Surely, right?
Probably. Kimi to predict all 104 World Cup matches. Germany may be underestimated.
Wow. How did that age?
How did that age? Germany got knocked out in the very first knockout round game by Paraguay.
By Paraguay.
By Paraguay, yeah. Of all the countries. Okay, China has no single X equivalent for AI. The Chinese equivalent is this. I don't know what this is. Okay, stop scrolling. There we go.
Oh, okay.
I see AI in the top. Okay, canceled error. Yeah. So I probably need to install it. I think you are actually.
It needs to like capture your biometric data.
Do I need to like get a VPN that says that I'm in China?
Probably.
Should I just like get a Huawei phone?
Yeah, live a Chinese double life.
Live a Chinese double. Yeah. Yeah, so a lot of these require WeChat doesn't require a Chinese phone number. I have WeChat. You guys should all add me on WeChat, by the way. English language bridges like the China AI newsletter, China Talk, and China Talk adjacent analysts. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Lurk on GK and subscribe to a handful of AI, whatever this is. I don't know how to read Chinese, Kimmy. Thanks so much. Official account. WeChat official account. Okay.
Okay. So what else should we look at? Re-Kimmy.
Let's see. Re-Kimmy. Thinking effort, streaming. Okay, so this is just like API documentation.
Mhm.
Do we have any more useful information? Model pricing, Kimi K3. Yeah, it's 3 and 15. It's a million token context window. That's very good.
So it also has vision, right? Vision.
Mark Andreessen is mentioned in this article. Wrote last month that GLM 5.2, released by ZAI, was the first Chinese AI model to match and often beat the American Big Lab public AI models with no compromises. Yeah, but was that pre-Fable? B.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was like 5 BF before Fable. So yeah, I mean, aside from the very, very top tier of models, which are Fable and Soul,
Mhm.
the Chinese models are like really quite good.
Yeah, they're competing against like very second place models now, but they are very, very close.
Mm-hmm. Moonshot is raising a new round of funds that would value the
Oh,
company
I see another.
at about $32 billion.
Also, Moonshot's like visual identity is kind of like Grok-esque.
It is kind of Grok-esque, but it's based on Dark Side of the Moon.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Is this the most iconic album cover ever? It's
Dude,
probably
it's
either
up there. It's
that
up
or
there.
like Abbey Road.
Yeah, but I don't like the Beatles. I can't say that on stream. They'll kill me. I do like the Beatles. I just
Wow.
don't like them relative to
Death
other
penalty.
other artists.
This is actually kind of a fair take, I think.
They have like some really deep pulls, like some good, but like I don't know.
I like Strawberry Fields. That's
Yep.
also an AI reference. Remember Strawberry?
Yes.
Yep. So what did we learn? We learned the pricing is quite cheap. It's 3 and 15.
We learned
It's
it's expected to be better than Opus.
better than Opus, but we don't have benchmarks.
Mhm.
And the model is out, but the technical docs are
But
out,
they all went to
but there's
sleep.
no blog post. They all went to sleep.
Good night.
It's midnight.
Good night, Moonshot AI employees.
Good night, Moon.
You guys deserve to take the rest.
Yeah. Let's see. What time is it in Beijing? It is 12:30 a.m. Sleep well, Moonshot employees. They're probably not sleeping, actually. They're probably up grinding.
Well, if so, then where's our blog post?
I know.
Where is it? That's funny.
Imagine
that
they
actually
didn't have the
shakes the
blog.
camera every time.
They didn't have the blog post finished, and they're just rushing out the model before DeepSeek drops V4. That would be really good.
True. I mean, it's hard for me to imagine DeepSeek having a better model than this.
I think it's kind of hard for me to imagine DeepSeek having a better model, but they could have one
Also,
that's,
the
like,
fact
much
that
cheaper.
like they moved first makes me more confident in Kimi.
Well,
Anyways,
TSMC
back to monitoring Taiwan.
monitoring Taiwan. TSMC hikes sales and spending outlook to catch AI's megatrend.
We had a
So-
similar article yesterday, if not the same.
No, that one was about ASML.
Oh my gosh. Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry.
This one's TSMC.
I
know the difference.
I confused the most important companies in AI.
know the difference. Yeah. Can you believe it? So TSMC raised its spending and revenue projections for the year, reflecting its confidence that torrid growth in demand for chips and data centers will extend into 2027 and beyond. So they expect capex of 60 to 64 billion in 2026. These numbers just like don't even register anymore. It's just whatever. 60
New
billion,
big number.
Whatever, man. New big number just dropped, bigger than the old number. Projecting revenue growth of above 40%. That's crazy. And yet, despite all that, TSMC stock is down today.
Is this the CEO? I've never seen him actually.
Who?
It's on my article.
Oh, CC Wei.
CC Way, yeah.
Yeah. The crazy thing is that the founder of TSMC, Morris Chang, is still alive at the age of 95
Mm.
And he founded TSMC like in his 60s or something. He was like old when he founded it.
Wow, that's like the KFC founder.
He was 56 years old when he founded TSMC.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, he's probably founded stuff before, right?
No.
He went to
He just
Harvard.
worked at Texas Instruments.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay, yeah. He went to Harvard.
Wow.
And he graduated with 3 degrees from MIT.
So much lore. Wow.
And then so he like speed ran like the 3 top colleges in the
he
US.
was born in Ningbo, China, outside of Shanghai in 1931, which is a very bad time to be born in China. This is right before the Japanese invasion, and then World War II, and then the Chinese Civil War, and then Mao Zedong, and all that. So they managed to escape around different places, moved to Hong Kong, moved to the US, became the only Chinese student at Harvard in 1949. Could you imagine? Like Harvard with one Chinese student?
Insane, yeah.
Insane. So transferred to MIT, got a scholarship, worked the maximum course load, got an undergrad degree from MIT in 2 years,
He kind of mogged at the
and
time.
then 2 different masters in mechanical engineering.
Yeah. He was just collecting degrees, man.
Then he joined a semiconductor company in 1955. Holy, early. Incredible. Then moved to Texas Instruments, got a PhD in electrical engineering from Stanford, kept working at TI, worked at TI for 25 years. Yeah. So then I think he was passed up for promotion to CEO or some senior position at TI. So he left TI, worked at General Instrument Corporation for a little bit.
Oh,
And
he met
then-
his wife at MIT. Oh,
that's-
so yeah. He was
that
at
sucks.
MIT, and then she was at Boston University.
And then he
Oh, and then they
he
divorced.
founded TSMC. Oh, that's sad.
But then he married Sophie Chang, who
Cousin
was
of
the
the
cousin
Foxconn
of the
founder, right?
Foxconn founder. Anyway,
So he founded TSMC at the age of 56.
it's never too late,
It's
Anon.
never too late. There were some other really old founders like Ray Kroc. How old was Ray Kroc when he founded McDonald's? He kind of founded McDonald's. He was in his 50s. How old was
The KFC founder.
Yeah, how old was Colonel Sanders when he started KFC?
He was probably
He was
older.
40, but he didn't
he was
begin
40.
franchising and officially building the business until he was 62 to 65.
Hustler.
Holy hustler, yeah. It's never too late for you. If you're watching this and you are a SF tech bro and you're like 31 years old and you think it's over for you, it's not over. It's never over. It's never over. You have more than 30 years left to start your billion-dollar business.
Yeah, your billion-dollar critical part of the AI supply chain business
Yeah.
that no one employee in the entire world understands.
Mm-hmm. Our conviction in the AI megatrend is very strong. Yeah. The
You don't
capex in the
say.
next 3 years will be even more significantly higher than the past 3 years. Big if true. Okay, wow. TSMC reported a 77.4% rise in quarterly net income. Crazy. Okay, so they have now budgeted 265 billion towards investment in the US, which is a lot.
Mm-hmm. What's Tokyo Electron? It says shares in Tokyo Electron, another one of TSMC's biggest suppliers, recouped some losses but closed down more than 4%.
So wow, okay, they're going to build 4 chip plants, taking its eventual US presence to 10 fabs and 2 packaging facilities. Okay, that's pretty big. So
Oh, have we talked about Tokyo Electron before?
no, I
They
don't
make
think so.
semiconductor production equipment.
Tokyo Electron.
Huh. We just find a
Semiconductor. Okay, so systems for coding /developing, etching, and depositing materials on integrated circuits. TEL was founded in 1963.
I
Third
am
most
scarily close to giving financial advice.
valuable-
I won't though. There's no financial advice here.
Mhm. That's really cool.
Never heard of them.
Anyway, Mr. Musk has a recent tweet. Let's take a look at it.
Let's
Sorry,
see.
post. We don't use the T word anymore. Aaron Burnett says, oral data centers have one glaring constraint few are discussing publicly: inference network coherence. Core learnings, frontier LLMs are a mixture of experts models. Yeah, so a self-contained satellite can't spread that wide. GPUs computing one answer must sync every 5 microseconds. Right.
It's 40. So we conservatively stacked every assumption against orbit. In worst case, a satellite is 44% less efficient at processing tokens than on the ground.
Because GPUs are distributed.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people imagine like one model is running on one GPU, but that's not really how it works. How it works is more like there's a big batch of GPUs, maybe about 30, that a lot of queries are going through at the same time in parallel.
Yeah.
And all of those queries are hitting all of those GPUs. Because remember, for like a 2.8 trillion parameter model requires like terabytes of VRAM, which you're not going to get in a single GPU. How much VRAM
Well, are
in
most
a
of the
single-
orbital data center plans just single GPUs
Yeah, that's
distributed?
right. So 80 gigabytes of VRAM in one H100. In a B200, you have 192 gigabytes, but that's still not enough for a 3 or 6 or 10 trillion parameter model. You need to distribute it across GPUs. So at data centers, it's not clear like how many GPUs you're going to put into a single one of these things.
Yeah. There's a company called StarCloud doing this, but I don't know how many GPUs they have per satellite.
Grok and Composer are the first two models co-designed for orbital inference sets. By the way, all this stuff is just so cool. Like literally having artificial intelligence in satellites in space.
Oh,
It's
never
like-
mind. StarCloud only has one NVIDIA H100 GPU.
It's enough to make me soy out. GPU average power consumption, if it's doing inference over the course of 24 hours, is 2/3 of its peak power, even if you're super efficient. SpaceXAI Sat V1 peak power spec has been raised to 250 kilowatts, battery assisted, with an average power of 160 kilowatts. We'll be able to handle an NVL72 Rubin rack. This is just version 1. Whoa, so that's pretty big. So an NVL72 Rubin rack has 72 Vera Rubin GPUs and 36 Vera CPUs. So, hold on. Let's ask our friend Shat. Tell me full specs, power, compute in flops, and H100s, etc. of a Vera Rubin NVL72. So you're going to have one of these on every SpaceXAI satellite.
Oh my god.
SpaceXAI satellite. AI satellite. Starmind. This is it. This is the AI one. So it's going to have... Is it basically just going to be an NVL72 in a shell with solar panels? That sounds like it, right?
That seems hard because how is the rack designed? Is it like mostly vertical?
Yeah, but vertical doesn't really matter in space.
Well, like
Anything is vertical in space.
no, I mean like because the mock-ups I've seen of like orbital compute are like these very small, like it's like one GPU that StarCloud
Gigasat
doing.
factory. Like GigaChad in Bastrop, Texas. That's so cool.
like it's not clear to me what the max amount of GPUs on one satellite can be.
Limiting
At this
factors are mass to orbit, power generation, and AI chips. So SpaceX AI with Tesla is going to produce its own chips with Terafab.
Mhm.
They're going to try to produce a terawatt a year. which is a lot.
Yeah,
Remember,
that's insane.
the biggest data centers, I keep telling people this. This is like this should be your reference class. The biggest data centers in the world are about 1 gigawatt. And SpaceX AI wants to produce 1,000 gigawatts worth of chips per year. So
And
basically,
then the
imagine
entire Earth uses how much?
half a terawatt
Entire
is used by the US.
Earth. Oh, that's not the Earth. Uses how many watts of energy?
So imagine the biggest data center, like an XAI Colossus, basically. Imagine 3 XAI Colossuses being produced every day. That's what Terafab aims to do.
Yeah. So, human
They
civilization
have merged
uses
too.
18 to 20 terawatts of primary energy across the entire planet.
These are kind of tough.
No, they're not.
I like this one.
Unfortunately, like no Musk company has good merch.
I like this bell. It's a bell, but it's the Raptor engine.
Wait, go.
These are a little
like
cringe.
I feel like it's just like the corniest MFs you know are literally the only one that's kind of good is the tote bag. Go back up to the tote bag.
What?
Yeah,
I don't like this one.
it's kind of funny. It's like an I Love New York.
The Starship Torch is cool.
All of these are bad. If you're watching this, SpaceX, let me design your merch.
I like this polo.
Oh God.
Wow. Okay, so these are just trending. Ooh, they have accessories. What are their accessories? View all. Space cards. SpaceX Crew Dragon plush. Falcon 9 model. That's really cool. They need a Starship model.
Yeah,
I think this is my favorite merch. Like, if I could have one thing from this, it would be this Falcon 9 model rocket.
I'd get the little figure.
The banana for scale plush. That's cool.
That's good.
Occupy Mars heat sensitive terraforming mug. That's cool.
I have an Occupy Mars shirt from when
Wow.
I was Elon for Halloween.
Wow. We should wear those on the stream.
No.
Occupy Mars.
Well, I tried to find a way to make it like cute to wear. Like I cropped it.
This is Reddit back when
But-
Reddit was good. And now Reddit has become Reddit. Adjective, derogatory.
I don't even think it's derogatory. I think it's derogatory because it's mainstream. Like I don't think it's as high signal as it used to be. These are not bad. Go up, go up, go up.
I like this one. Not a fan of the Annie one.
Yeah, that might be the only good one. Oh
These
my
are
God, the
kinda
Grok hoodies are so bad. No, please stop. Don't do
These
it.
are
Don't do
kids?
this. The middle
did,
T is good.
Which one?
Up. That one.
Oh, these are cool.
It's kind of cool.
The retro crew neck.
Mhm.
This is our XAI merch review. Okay, so NVIDIA Vera Rubin NVL72 full specs. 72 GPUs, 144 dies because each GPU has 2 dies on it, and 36 Vera Rubin CPUs.
Mhm.
Okay, so for inference, it does 3.6 exaflops, which is a lot. Total H100 equivalents of compute, okay. So that's a lot. Anywhere from 70 to almost 700
Whoa. Okay.
H100 equivalents. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. So a 1 Vera Rubin NVL72 rack has 637 H100 SXMs of dense FP8 floating point 8 peak compute. 291 H100s of FP16 compute. Because if you're doing it at higher precision, then you need more memory, which means less compute efficiency. 400 H100s of HBM bandwidth. Okay, so basically you measure compute differently in terms of different things that you can do with it. This is a lot of information. Wow. Could dive into this for a while. But anyway, we also have a new Japanese sovereign AI consortium, which is really interesting,
Oh.
called Noetra.
What does Noetra mean? Noetra means nothing. What does it mean? think it's a made-up word.
Dozens of companies, including Sony, SoftBank, Preferred Networks, and NEC Corp, are helping to set up and operate. So it's like all the big Japanese AI champions.
I see an
Noetra's data
article that
center-
says 10 million AI robots by 2040.
This is kind of bearish. Data center slated to go online in 2 years. Its Rubin order is small compared with plans by Microsoft.
Oh,
How many Rubins do they get? 27,500. That's like okay, but you know, Japan is a whole nation state. They need to be locking in.
what's their biggest data center?
Not big. Oh wow. Ryosei Akazawa, the Minister of Economy, Trade, and Industry, wore a leather jacket and a black t-shirt to copy Jensen. That's cute. Shares of Sony, Toyota, Fujitsu, and NEC traded higher in Tokyo. So the markets want these companies to be investing more in AI.
Backed by 6.1 billion in public funding.
Yeah.
Huh.
Okay, Noetra plans to release an AI model by March next year with a model tailored for robotics applications, quote, within a few years.
I actually think it would be good for them to specialize in robotics.
Yeah. So
Like
is the
this would, I think, would be more productive than maybe
Noetra
another frontier lab.
press release. Major participating companies, basically. Okay, so it's 44 companies and organizations. Gonna add this to the secret document. How many of these do we recognize? Fujitsu, Hitachi, Honda, Kajima Kawasaki, Mitsubishi, Mitsui Sumitomo Insurance, Nippon Steel, Rakuten Group. Sakana AI is part of this. That's interesting. And SoftBank. Sakana and SoftBank are like the two biggest AI companies in Japan so far. Sony, Sumitomo Mitsui, Tokyo Electron, which we just talked about, Toshiba, Yamazaki. So like basically every big Japanese tech company is going to be part of Noetra.
Yeah. Well, this is good. They need robots because they don't have population.
Yeah, it's really a problem. You know, it's going to be a problem for everywhere in the world, but it's going to be a problem for Japan first.
It's very yeah. Like, what are the like most aged economies now? Is it Japan, like Germany, or something?
Highest average age country. Monaco. Among big nations, it's Japan. So the median age of Japan is 50. That means half the population of Japan is older than 50.
That is so insane.
Yeah, I think in the US it's like 38, 37, 38.
Yeah.
Japan 50.2. Germany, South Korea, Spain are 47. And let's see. US median age 39. Utah has the youngest median age at 31. States like Maine and New Hampshire are exceeding 44. I saw some tweet once that's like New England is kind of like Japan in that it's like very ethnically homogenous, it's very old, it's very, you know, people there are polite, but you know, it doesn't have much of an economic future unless they lock in. They also have one big capital city that takes over the entire economy. Oh, did you see Nikita is purging slop?
Yeah, he's been putting his foot down this week.
Yep. No more slop. No more slop for X.com. Updates on the Creator RevShare program. Soliciting engagements. I'll follow everyone who replies. 3 or more times will result in demonetization, and your account will be forwarded to the policy team for suspension. I remember Mr. Beast had a post kind of like this that really annoyed Nikita. Where was it? It had like a ridiculous amount of... There it is. First person to reply with the exact number of pennies in this room wins $10,000. 476,000 comments, by the way. Nikita says, for the love of God, make a single piece of content without financial bait. And then the next comment is, Grok, count the pennies, make no mistakes. How many pennies is it? 6,970,000.
Wait, don't tell it. I actually want to.
Oh.
I want to try to. Well, I wanted to guess, but.
Okay, well, now you know.
Well, we should have a model guess, maybe.
Let's see what Grok said. At Grok, he didn't even respond. Okay. 29,000 pennies. Whoa, extremely wrong. Like 2 orders of magnitude off. Wild. All right, let's do Nikita's tweet. So no more soliciting engagements. And then our new model detects duplicated content at 3 times the rate of the previous model. Adding watermarks, intros, and other edits will send monetized impressions to the original uploader. That's actually based. This also includes copying viral text posts. The most common one, Twitter, is like the smoking section of the internet. You know, there's these like group chats with these big accounts that literally just repost viral text posts that were viral like 3-4
if
years
you
ago.
if you take a screenshot of my tweet and you post it, then I still get the impressions.
But also not
Nice.
even a screenshot. Like if you post some viral tweet, like Twitter is a smoking section of the internet, and then someone else posts the same thing, they just get like tons of impressions. Oh, what does hoping say? Follow me. I already forwarded your account to your doctor for psychiatric evaluation. Katie Miller responds, Twitter is like the smoking section of the internet. Got him. Owned epically. This is what a French baby sounds like. I remember this one went super viral, but I think it has probably been reposted. I don't see any of these posts. Maybe Nikita wiped them all. Oh, wow. Look at this. That's a cool post. An exception, if you solicited engagements at the beginning of the week, we excluded those, so no need to delete them. Lobby Appreciation Day, asking very small accounts to explain why I should follow them and doing so if they're genuinely interesting. I agree. This is a pro-social thing, not an engagement hack.
I think, there's obviously like a very earnest way to do this.
Nikita has a lot of recent tweets about fixing the X algorithm. I think he's doing a really
He did
good job.
actually fix it.
Yeah, he's really helped
Like,
it.
it's significantly better. My screen time would probably speak to the fact that it's better this week.
I mean, it was always better for me because I know how to click not interested.
Blah,
in the
blah,
stop
blah.
accounts.
Oh my God. Some of us just don't take it that seriously.
Also, Nikita, like, embracing the whole Nikita boar meme is really funny. Did you see, like, Nikita, like, for his birthday, someone brought a boar to the office?
Yes.
Where is it? Boar. Yeah, to celebrate reaching 1 million followers, my mentally ill friends had an actual boar delivered to the office today. That's so funny. Look at this little guy. Congrats.
My birthday's tomorrow. Are you doing this?
That is true. That is true.
What animal are you getting?
What animal are we getting Sophia for her birthday? Wow, you're going to be Ankh tomorrow.
Oh my God.
It's okay. You can still found TSMC in 40 years. That's so cool.
Yeah.
All right, well.
So this has been our timeline review.
This is our timeline review. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
All right, we are back. We are live with Jonah Weinbaum from IFP, Institute for Progress, friends of the show. IFP is like platinum tier friends of the show status, and
Best friends of the show.
best friends of the show. And he's recently written an article, "What Will It Cost for the US to be Ready for the Next Big AI Breakthrough?" Basically, we have this organization, Casey, formerly the Center for AI Safety, and now it's the Center for AI Standards and Innovation. It's like ridiculously underfunded. It has a budget of like the 10 to $20 million range, million with an M, you know, entirely trivial on the scale of federal spending. And the article argues that we need to give them more money. So, Jonah, welcome to MTS.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So, for the audience, can you like summarize the main through line of the article?
Yeah. So, as I think most people who watch AI policy see, Casey is a like pretty important thing in the U.S. government. It's currently the hub for standards and innovation, and it is also ridiculously underfunded. So it has a shoestring budget of about $10 million plus $5 million in a loan, which is an interesting setup. And for a variety of reasons, it has like kind of been kicked around and like thrown to the side. And there's been a lot of recent drama, as people might have seen. The former director or the acting director for 4 days was fired. They were like kind of thrown out of EO 14409. They weren't mentioned in the NSPM. There's this whole Fable 5 export controls fiasco that they were like kind of involved in. And now it's like a critical question, what is going to be the fate of Casey? What is going to be the fate of frontier expertise in government? And so the article kind of came out before all of this and was just trying to make the very like simplistic case that it is robustly good to have frontier AI expertise in government. I think this case has been borne out. Of course, Fable 5 was export controlled on June 12th for reasons that seem, in retrospect, according to Anthropic, to be a little bit off base. So a jailbreak was produced that could be reproduced by Kimi K2.7 or Claude Haiku 4.5. But the model was still export controlled, and there seems to have been like a bunch of miscommunication and confusion. And so in the article, we basically do the pretty basic thing of like, what would it cost for Casey to be able to adequately do all of its tasking so that we can have frontier AI expertise in government so that the government can be able to achieve its policy goals. And so we just go through the 25 taskings deduped from the AI action plan and from Secretary Lutnick, and we try to say like, what would this cost? What would it cost for a team at UKAC to do it? What would it cost for like similar nonprofits like Meter to do it? Contracting, compute, overhead, and we get to a number of about 84 million for an equipped Casey that could be world leading, and 26 million for a limited Casey that could just like basically do this stuff. Casey is of course at 10 million currently. And so this is like quite a gap. And yeah, so basically this seems quite bad and we should fix it. And the article is just like trying to draw attention to this.
Right.
Why is Casey so underfunded? You know, famously, the government does not often underfund things. Yeah.
I think the politics of Casey are like not super developed. So I think one reason is just like AI is kind of new. So like, I don't think there is a big faction that is like hugely anti-Casey. I think there's the people that are just like anti-spending. So the NIST budget was cut over 30% this year, even as Casey got 150% increase. So there's like that countervailing force. There is some people who are anti-Casey insofar as it is a like quasi-regulator. They're worrying that Casey will ossify into a de facto licensing regime. And then there are some people that are just kind of like maybe engaged in a turf war on where should the AI governance capacity live, whether in like NIST, Treasury, NSA, et cetera. So I don't think there is like a great reason beyond like it got 10 million in 2024. We had a CR in 2025, 2026, it got 10 million again. AI was not that salient. Now things are like starting to pick up. In the presidential budget request, Casey got 27 million. And so I'm like hopeful that it'll start to be more funded as AI becomes just like clearly a pressing problem we need to solve.
What would it take for Casey to get properly funded? Like, would it require an act of Congress, like a sort of annual budget law? Like, if a private AI philanthropist, like there's lots of people at AI with a lot of money, if they wanted to fund Casey, could they do so?
Yeah, the tricky thing is like, as much as there is all of this philanthropic capital, it is just like not very easy and or legal sometimes to fund government agencies with private capital. So it will require one of two things, either congressional appropriations. So Casey is a part of NIST, which is in CJS appropriations. This has been marked up in the House, though hasn't gone to the full chamber, hasn't been marked up in the Senate. So if appropriators just gave Casey $84 million, then this would be enough. There's also some stopgap measures, including like NIST has the ability to redirect some funding. So there is some amount of unitary executive action that could achieve this. A different but related proposal is a NIST foundation, which would allow Casey to be a little bit funded by private philanthropists, not so much like for its core taskings, but so that it could engage in private-public partnerships, so that it could do like flexible talent development programs that it wouldn't be able to do with normal government funding.
Yeah. So one component of this is the funding, but then the other component would be like the talent. So how do you see people being incentivized to work at Casey or like in AI specifically in the government versus not? And then how do you get people like the brightest minds in AI to take it seriously and then to have like some influence on the shape of the research or whatever it might be?
Especially when they get paid like $1 million a year at the labs, or a lot more than that.
Yeah, this is kind of tricky. Like there are some AI researchers that make more money than literally the entire Casey budget many times over. And so usually in government jobs, the most you can get paid is this GS-15 level of about $195K if you're fully loaded. Casey has some exempt spots, so does NIST. So there's a thing called SDSL. These slots can be paid in the like 230K range. And then there's critical technological expert slots that can be paid in the like 290K range or the VP salary. But like even these are kind of silly money compared to what AI people are making even without equity. So I think this is one challenge for the government is it's just like so unattractive on a purely salary basis for people to take like a 99% pay cut to go work at Casey. And then in addition, Casey is just like being thrown around. It was told to stop publishing stuff on June 9th. It's like not super respected. So I think this is kind of an optics problem. Like we need people to take seriously that AI governance is important. We need people to take seriously that if there are no technical experts in government, probably government is not going to like do good things. So I think for me, the question is less of like no Casey, therefore like no government involvement, or like some Casey means some government involvement, but like chaotic, crazy stuff or like wise policy. And so Casey does need expertise. Currently, this expertise is there because they like care a lot about this, but this won't last forever. I think the Trump administration does have to take seriously that they will like have to work hard and give like more CTE slots for Casey and or more funding and or more influence to be able to attract the brightest minds to like work on AI policy.
Right. So the head of safety at Casey is Paul Cristiano, who's like one of the absolute GOAT AI alignment researchers. He was at OpenAI. He co-authored the RLHF paper, and he was one of the first people to come up with a scalable oversight. He founded the Alignment Research Center. He like all of the alignment testing of models until like 2023, 2024 was just him. And now he's at Casey. He's the head of safety at Casey, and he's been kind of radio silent. So do we have any insight as to what's going on with this guy?
Why he is radio silent?
Yeah, or just what he's doing at Casey.
Yeah. So the Casey team is very small. They're about 20 people, and I think they punch well above their weight for being 20 people. They've done over 40 model evals. They did the first comprehensive eval of DeepSeek V4 Pro. They've been making standards throughout government and so on. But in being government, you are a little bit more unable to, I think, like speak freely. And so presumably what's going on with Paul is contributing to the Casey work. A lot of the Casey work never gets published and or is classified. And so different than being a researcher at the labs, though maybe not too different these days, a lot of his best work, I imagine, is kind of kept behind closed doors.
Do we have any sort of, what are some of the best, if they exist, public intellectual outputs of Casey?
I think the recent evaluation of DeepSeek V4 Pro is probably one of their best intellectual outputs. It's kind of a bad thing to point out because, of course, Casey has been told to stop publishing. as of June 9th. And so like things that have happened past then are like it's unclear what things have happened.
Why?
But Karen Cross, the director of the Office of National Cyber Director, had told Casey on June 9th to stop publishing in expectation of the June 2nd EO. This is like an unclear sign. And I think this just points to like a broader reorganization in the admin with how AI policy is happening and is going to be done. There's, of course, this fight between, is it going to be an NSA Treasury-led sort of classified eval setting, or is it going to be at this non-regulatory body in a more open setting? And so this is, I guess, like sort of why it's hard to point at what Casey is currently doing, because they currently aren't doing anything public, and why it's like urgent for Casey support, because this is like a critical time for them to solidify their place or kind of be like thrown to the side.
Right. So who has the power to shape Casey's priorities right now? And how do you see that changing?
Yeah. So the admin has the power to shape Casey's priorities. Congress also has the power to shape Casey priorities. There is this Great American AI Act in the House that is looking to make Casey a much larger body in line with the IVO proposal that I think you guys have talked about on the show before. But then there's another faction that is vying for Casey to kind of be sidelined in favor of more classified evals. So it's like kind of hard to tell. There's a lot of different camps with different views on how pre-deployment testing should be done, if at all. And it's like, I think, unclear.
Right. So of like the taskings that Casey has, of which there is like bring frontier AI expertise into government and then monitor the AI landscape, run evaluations. What do you think would be the most impactful? Because it feels like the opportunity to do like a well integrated, like forward deployed kind of thing in the government is super, super useful and high leverage. How do you think those priorities will be weighted?
Yeah, I see the most important thing Casey is doing by far as just that, bringing frontier expertise in government, who will be able to get clearances, be in the relevant rooms when important decisions are happening, and being able to like say things like, you know, how bad was the jailbreak? How does it compare to other models, etc. I think the other taskings are useful, and particularly useful in providing public good evals that maybe industry won't be incentivized to provide. It's also just like good to have an independent evaluator who doesn't have any conflicts of interest. But I see it more as like homework for Casey to be able to be useful in decision time.
Right.
So one of the pieces in this article is to attract and retain this talent, Casey's scientists and engineers will need compensation at or above the GS-15 level, which is a $195K salary, which is still quite low compared to what they could get in the private sector. So what are the barriers to paying talent more than this? Is it like a budget constraint? Is it like rules about like government pay bands? Like what's going on here? And how many people would you expect to hire?
Yeah. So it is government pay bands. So GS-15 is the general schedule, it's the scale. 15 is the highest. And so within the general schedule, no one can be paid more than this amount. There are exemptions. So as I was saying, there's this STSL exemption that can get people up to like 230K. And then there's a CTE exemption that can get people up to like 290K. There are some other exemptions that can get a bit higher. So for example, like DARPA has some exemptions that can get people into the 300K range, but it's in general like quite hard and or like in some cases not currently possible for NIST to like pay anywhere near what these people would be making at Frontier Labs. And then it comes with the added constraint that many people will have to like not hold equity and or like be a little bit more clearly independent, but I'm like less certain of those requirements.
Didn't Anthony Fauci make like more than 400K? Is there like some kind of special exemption for the NIH, and could they do the same thing for Casey?
They could do the same thing for Casey. As far as I remember, the CTE cap is the highest that NIST has available under CHIPS, which will sunset in 2027. But like in theory, in any of these acts, they could push this higher. But this will just like have to be a priority.
Is there any other way that you could like restructure pay or I don't know, obviously it opens up a conflict of interest conversation, but allow these people to still like basically participate in like in frontier labs? Like, is there any alternate way we could think about it?
Ways in which they could retain equity in frontier labs, or ways in which they could retain employment at frontier labs.
Something like that.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. I imagine there is like ways, but I think it is like in general currently like quite hard for people to get compensated anywhere near what they would in the private sector.
Yeah. How do you think, like, is there anything that we can sort of learn from China and how they think about AI in government?
Yeah, is there a Chinese Casey?
Is there a Chinese Casey? I'm no China expert. I do know that China has a much more, let's say, prescriptive regulatory regime than I think a lot of US innovation hawks give them credit for. So there's always this debate of like, we must not regulate or we will fall behind to China. And then there's this interesting asymmetry where China has pretty prescriptive tests, particularly for PRC alignment, that models that come out do have to follow.
Yeah. And do you think is there anything outside of AI? This is like mostly, you know, models and things like that. But is there anything else related to AI, like maybe related to like supply chain or, you know, other parts that Casey might be able to inform and oversee?
Is this to say, are there like non-model centric purviews that Casey could have useful influence in? Yeah. There was like more ambitious versions of Casey that had been punted around earlier. And some examples of things would be like trying to foresee what are going to be different bottlenecks that the data center build out and or chips build out will face. So there's this just like whole vein of proactive governance and like, if we can just draw straight lines on graphs, like what things will we see? And having a hub in government that is saying like, you know, guys, in about, you know, 1 to 3 years, we should expect something looking like this. How can we prepare for that now? I think this is like a very exciting role for Casey to play, but it's a bit like outside the purview of like first, like have technical talent in government, then you can do all of this cool stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, what is some of this cool stuff? There's this like long table in the article of like stuff that Casey would be able to do if they had more funding. What are some of the most important things in here?
Yeah. I think, again, by far the most important thing is just like have technical expertise in government that is available and accessible to policymakers when they're making critical decisions. And then I think the long tail involves like CBRN evals, PRC evals, like any sort of public good that like is government particular. I think working with DARPA, working with the IC, working on data center security standards all seem quite important.
Yeah, totally.
If government wanted access to technical expertise currently, how would they get it? Like, is there some easy way for, I don't know, people in labs to like consult for the government?
I think there's a difference between like a lot of in theory things that could happen and what seems to in practice happen. So I think like in theory, people in the labs can consult with people in the executive branch. They can consult with people in Congress. In practice, this is like not a thing that often happens. And then there's the added risk of like, you know, are they dual loyalty? Are they like telling me information that is very good for their company, but not actually very good for like national security or something?
Yeah. So yesterday we got a new open weight model from thinking machines. Do you have any general thoughts on that release?
Gosh, I'm like interested in the business model. I think thinking machines is like an interesting bet in specialized models. I think there's like a broader policy discussion about open source, but overall, I'm like excited to have a US open source model that is like competitive with China.
Yeah. Although we might have even more competition today with Kimi.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's true. What do you think are like the most important things for technical experts to be able to do in government? Like you mentioned sort of generally like helping policymakers make decisions, but like what does this look like? What would they do?
I think in particular, it's just like being in the room when people are thinking about like what is going to be the relevant response to this. I think again, the like Anthropic SCR designation and or the Fable 5 export controls are good examples where it's like one thing that DOW was talking about is like they're worried that Anthropic is going to be able to shut off their models when they are deployed air-gapped in high-side networks. And I think it would be like useful for a technical expert to be in the room and say like, no, actually, this is just like not a relevant worry. This is not a thing that Anthropic can do. And or in the Fable 5 export control case, they were worried that there was this like crazy cyber weapon that was deployed to millions of people. It's relevant for technical experts to be in the room, say like, what was the jailbreak? How does this compare to like other jailbreaks we've seen in the past? How good are the guardrails? What are the other model capabilities that could have unlocked this? So I think like it is mostly just being able to sense check that policy proposals both are like actually going to be able to achieve the intended effect and that the intended effect is like reasonable and or the concern that they have is reasonable given the trajectory and risks of these models.
Yeah. So I guess last question before we wrap is like, do you see the trajectory of Casey being like, if anything, overly cautious or not cautious enough? Like, do you have any personal concerns?
Trajectory of Casey in the sense of how they are positioning themselves in the sense of
Yeah, sort of like anything that they recommend. Do you think it would like err on the side of like, you know, a lot of regulation and oversight, like a lot of safety versus like not being rigorous enough? What do you see as the failure mode?
I guess I kind of reject premise. I'm like, Casey is doing empirical evaluations to advise policymakers. And I see Casey less as like making policy choices and more as just like a robustly good thing for policymakers to have situational awareness in the future, regardless of whether they end up being overly cautious or not cautious enough.
Right. Well, I sure hope so. We really want to see Casey win and flourish. Thanks so much, Jonah.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back with MTS.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I'm chatting with Augie Marietti, the co-founder and CEO of Kong. And I'm super excited because here I got my Kong mug, but I also got my cool Kong hat. So I'm just fully decked out in Kong merch today. But Kong, they are a $2 billion company behind the gateways that direct a huge share of the world's API traffic and increasingly its AI traffic too. And I'm super excited to talk to you today because this past week, Satya Nadella and Alex Karp both warned that companies are handing their most valuable knowledge to frontier AI models, and they need a protective layer in between. And building that layer is the API godfather himself, Augie. And so that's exactly what they're doing. And I'm really excited to have you on today and to unpack that even more.
Yeah, thanks, Sophia, for having me and Kong. I'm very excited about the reverse information paradox. Satya went out with and Alex as well.
Yeah.
With basically the key thing of like you to get intelligence, you're giving out intelligence, and that well intelligence comes back at you twice. There is actually a quote in Capitalist Way in it. I don't know if it's Italian or US. I grew up in Italy, but it says like the capital is like selling you the ropes on which you will hang on. They will hang you on, and this is I think what is happening with Model Frontier. About I give you my IP, my data to consume intelligence, and that intelligence will then can consume or replicate my business. So I think the awakening call, it's really day one, but we were really seeing with our customers. So I'm glad that came up.
No, completely. And the timing of our interview is very timely because, as you mentioned, Satya Nadella did just post that pretty viral. I think they had like 11 million impressions on that post. And it talked about exactly what you just said, this reverse information paradox. And a lot of people, especially enterprises, are feeling this. If you want to get the best from your model, you have to give them all of this information. And so it's like, it's not very fair to the buyers. They have to be, giving all of their information to the sellers to get a better product, which is just a weird paradox. Are you also seeing that play out? You talk to enterprises all day. Where are you seeing this pain point come up the most?
Yeah. Today actually is a special day. We crossed 1,000 large enterprise customers, and an increasing number are managing their AI traffic and the token pass through our technology. So we see it with our customer. One of the reasons there is a need for managing and governing AI traffic, is actually getting out of the fears that both Alex and Satya are kind of escalating now. We have seen it like a wild west where use as much as you can from every model to now much more internal governance, moving to open weight model internal. Those are very large, like Fortune 500 companies. They're not necessarily a native or Silicon Valley companies. They are, been in business for 30, 50, 100 years. And they've been building IP or distributions or some sort of intellectual property for many decades. And now you can kind of like give it away basically for free in a way. Actually, you even pay to give it away. So Kong gets used to secure and govern and monitor and observe and enforce the in and out of the token path of the AI traffic, meaning what models are they accessing, who's consuming that, how they're consuming it, because we're kind of like a mountain pass or a proxy pass. And I think that's partially a solution to the problem. It's truly run AI governance at the traffic layer. Because when you run at the traffic layer, think about like an air traffic control tower at an airport. Those are the most busiest airports. As an analogy, that they can have like a land every 30 seconds in some of those airports. The only reason there is so many planes from so many runway landing and taking off is because there is a central control tower that manage and sequence and securely allow flights to come in and out. And the same thing, I think we have to think on AI in an enterprise, where you have an AI control tower where it can sequence, secure, and safe all the AI coming in and out. And I think that's been missing in the enterprise. It was wild west. But that's I think the evolution of Satya problem, or where enterprise will have to build, and that's actually where we helped a lot into that dimension of an AI control tower. I think that's the solution, partial solution to monitor and govern.
So that's partially the solution. And I would like to just dive into where you see more of those specifics. I think where we saw with even Alex Karp, he's warning about this. He's like, hey, we really need to have like some protective layer between these apps and these models. But even him, even Satya, they weren't going super deep into the actual specifics of how this works. And I know that Kong, you guys are doing exactly that. And can you just dive into, for someone who's not familiar, how do you guys actually create that protective layer between the apps and the models?
Yeah, I think this is new, and we have seen it because we come from the API world. And just by chance, the way AI moves is through programming interface. And so we've been managing millions of APIs for enterprises in the last decade. So we kind of found ourselves in the middle of this wave, and this is how AI moves. So it was for us a natural evolution. I think our solution, at least, so what enterprises are using with us, is applying AI governance at the traffic layer. What that means is that you deployed dozens of gateways, sometimes thousands of gateways across your enterprise estate. You point APIs, which is what agents and LM hits to get stuff done. You point model, whether it's open weight, internal, external, different version of the model, different power of the model, and you point agents or any type of clients. All of those, though, they're free to roam, but they all have to pass through gateways. So the gateways intercept all this token path, whether it's MCP tool calls, it's HOA agents, or it's API requests, it's just tokens that goes through the payloads. As we intercept them, we can show what's happening as an AI control plane. And then the key thing, though, everybody can show you what's happening. And I think that's the issue. Like you can build, there's AI dashboards everywhere. That's one is like you're still missing some piece. Do you really have an end-to-end control, or is just the AI dashboard of your own backend SaaS of your own teams? And the second is like, even if you see, how do you enforce, govern, and control cost? And the gateways, they're like choke points, right? They're like choke points of AI. They can actually not just observe, but it can control and block and route traffic. So that's kind of the platform where you put it in, you have a lot of gateway, you point APIs, LLMs, models, and agents, or any clients, and just you let it go. But as you go, you can then put guardrails or specific security policies. So the analogy actually my co-founder CTO Marco has is Waymo. It's like Waymo, you let the car go and make their own decisions, but it's within the guardrails of the road, of the streets. That's the ultimate street. In an enterprise, is Wild Wild West as of today. So what we provide are these digital railroads, these guardrails to agent, like the street in Waymo. So the agent can still have intelligence to make their own decisions, but it won't screw it up a 40 years old company in the public, because you can put guardrails of what agents, API, and LLM can do or cannot do. So that's kind of, I think, the analogy that you can maybe close to what we do by providing digital railroad and guardrails as AI governance for the AI era.
That is such a good analogy. It's like you guys, it's like Waymo. So you're actually how a car, it has actual rules and guardrails for, okay, yes, it's an autonomous vehicle, but you can't just drive off the road or drive on the sidewalk.
Yes.
And you guys are actually putting those guardrails for agents themselves. I find that really interesting.
Yes. And actually, technically, what's happening now, cars are going off the roads. That's like, I think we're spending too much. And because nobody put any street, we just basically enterprise just put millions of Waymo into their thing and like go and like, oh crap. And so things like token cost management. How do you do token cost management? That's a big thing. We obviously, as you proxy the tokens traffic, you can block it, or you can say, hey, this token has very low margin, route it to a different LLMs that consume less tokens, or it's cheaper to produce tokens. So all this like kind of semantic routing, semantic caching, they're like the traffic light in a city. And they are the guardrails and the governance and the rules that are missing enterprise. And Waymo obviously are using a rule set from a industrialized city already. And I think that's the missing link.
That's the missing link. And you talk about the guardrails, the governance, the rules. And I think to someone outside of the space, when they hear AI governance, they would probably think, okay, you need some top-down policy and we need to work with our policymakers. And you guys define a lot more AI governance at this actual agent guardrail, at the API layer, at the actual place that people are interacting with the infrastructure. And so for you, how do you guys think about AI governance?
So the control, the AI governance, you can summarize into security, acceleration, token cost management, and like model routing. Some of the key features that get used into the AI control plane among our enterprise customer are prompt compression, semantic routing, and semantic caching, or even prompt sanitization. Why it's like AI governance? So you are proxying all the traffic that it goes through between agent, API, and LLMs. And then at runtime, you can cache response for a prompt that maybe was already been asked a week ago, and you don't want to consume other LLM credits. The gateways are the first point of contact, and it can retrieve back the answer. So you don't have to consume LLMs, especially in company with 10,000 employees, 20,000 employees. People can kind of ask the same thing. The other one, like a semantic routing level, if the ask is not that complicated, why route it to the most expensive LLM?
Yeah, exactly.
Or nothing? Route it to the simpler model. And so that's also a runtime without more than 5 millisecond latency, route it to the cheaper model. They give you the same outcome, but you don't have to consume so many credits, right? And then the third is like prompt compression, where you write a bunch of stuff, especially for chat kind of internal use cases or support cases, but the model doesn't need all these words. You can compress 30% of that, send it to the model, you still get the same output, but you consume way less input tokens. So you prompt compress and cut all these words that are not needed to the model to give the same answer. Especially we're seeing in large medical enterprises, it's sanitizations. There is like medical record going around, and you want to block and sanitize those records before they reach a model or before they reach a clients or an API. So that's another piece of the AI governance. So we touched about model routing, kind of security, encryption, semantic caching. And so this is just a few examples where you can really think about this kind of traffic control where you can decide what does what. And the key thing, though, is that you do it at the traffic layer. Because if enterprises do it in their own backends or whatever is their model or their lakehouse or their data warehouse or their backend microservices, or their cloud, it's limited to their own SaaS or backend. But an agent or intelligent, really, it should roam free across an enterprise, right? It's all about unlocking AI to be useful. To do that, you really have to see end-to-end. So the only way to do it is from the top. So it's at the traffic layer. And I think 90% of enterprise, they have not got that religion yet. They're still like, okay, let's buy guardrail from, I don't know, a model provider, right? OpenAI. But then you got it specific to them. Exactly. And the other data points, very interesting, is that I think people think that there is like 5 LLMs in an enterprise that people use, or the usual suspect. Our enterprises, they can go to hundreds of different LLMs that they use. Different version, open weight, close internally, custom, the usual. But we're going to a world where there's dozens of large language models used internally, medium language models, small language models that are getting used inside enterprise. It's not true LLMs. It's dozens of LLMs, and some of our customers have hundreds of LLMs that they are governing.
That's fascinating. So it's when you're governing hundreds of LLMs, one of the most obvious things is just semantic routing. Is how do you keep your token costs low? Maybe I need Fable 5 for some very difficult research I'm doing, but then if I have a question about that, I don't want to be also using the most expensive model continuously. And so for a lot of enterprises, I think they say the cost of using AI is just way too high. You're seeing all these reports about their actual spending, but their productivity, and this mismatch between the two. Are you feeling that for your customers too? Are they complaining about the costs?
Yeah, token cost management, there's different word, but we use the most used, it's token cost control. Token cost management is one of the biggest one. So we have a product called billing and metering. So as the tokens go, that goes into our metering engine, we can track everything. And then with billing, you can do chargebacks, you can monetize it. But at the core is really understanding how much this outcome costs us. Is it cost, if you put a value to an outcome, now it's very hard to quantify the value. And what we are helping our customers, actually, you decide a value to an outcome, and then we meter the token cost against that outcome and see if it costs more than what that is profitable or is negative to that. Even like a human workflow has a cost. Is that profitable or negative? Is that outcome? So that's token cost management is not just about let's spend less or let's spend smarter, like semantic routing, but it's also about understanding the economics, token economics of a business, including token margins, gross margin, profit margins. And at scale, that could be millions of dollars a day that just go in the wrong directions. And billing and metering in the token path helps you micro optimize. Think like FinOps for token economics. I think that's the next frontier to manage token costs. But again, I think you can only do it at the traffic layer. And the first thing you got to intercept the traffic. So it's visibility across end to end, and then apply those governance. But token cost managers may be one of the hottest topic after the token maxing, where people were spending crazy. Now, token cost managers is the hottest topic across our enterprise base for the last month and a half. Like it's 6-7 weeks. It went to another dimension.
Definitely. So what would you say most people are getting wrong right now about token cost control?
It's the ability to govern it, not at the traffic layer. It might be a Python framework in that model, or it can be that client, but it's not end to end. And so you really need to understand. So agents. So first of all, agent enterprises are a fad. Like 0.001% of agent maturity enterprises today. Like we're so far behind. Like a lot of agents chat on X, but the actual enterprises, the global 2000s, they are like 0.001% of usage of actual agent workflow agentic enterprise. It will take, I think, a decade, just because there is politics, there is policies, there is 50 different BUs. It's people. That's why everybody's adding forward deployed engineer, trying to unblock the actual big enterprise. But it's about agents, it's about APIs, and it's about models. Those are the three things. Agents with intelligent loans don't go enough. You need a nervous system. That's the APIs that make them the action they want to get. Whether it's MCP server or whatever programming interface, you need all the three to really map out a true governance layer. And today enterprises are mostly not thinking into this three-dimensional and not thinking of capture the traffic layer. They're more like, let's get guardrails on this backend here. And they're very successful over here, but not across the entire enterprise estate.
Yeah. I'm curious because you work with these enterprise customers on a daily basis, and I would love to know some specific examples. How are they actually implementing this governance layer? Do you have some customers that actually solve this whole governance problem using your guys' tools?
It's very easy actually to go in production with us. Is less than 5 minutes. You just point either a model, an API, or an agent to a gateway, like a core. You do a CLI and you run. And whether it's an API gateway, an event gateway, an MCP gateway, an LLM gateway, or an agent gateway, and then you proxy traffic, and then you can add any policies at runtime. So it takes less than 5 minutes. It starts from a small estate. Let's start with one model, one client, and then you can easily add. But you can add hundreds. Programmatic, you can add hundreds of models. Or as they they get added to an enterprise, you can add it. And so you build this kind of system of record between APIs, models, and agent that is a map of what is happening at the traffic layer. And so the traffic layer becomes your system of record because it's actively monitoring and proxy all the traffic, and it can map reverse engineering how many APIs are getting added, what's going on, and all of that. And we were fortunate because we're in the API traffic business. And so all of this other, that's how AI moves. It doesn't move through GUIs, it moves through programming interface, and we were right there. And so the enterprise naturally evolved through us. And even public company like ServiceNow, the CEO went out like a month ago with earnings, say, hey, want to be the AI control towers type of thing, which is true, but you can only do it for IT workflow because it's a service help desk. It's like, it's not a true end-to-end because you have to move to the traffic layer at the infrastructure level to see it all. So those are the missing links, but you can go in production in 5 minutes and start to monitor, manage, and govern your model traffic.
Yeah. I'm curious for you too, because you see a lot of these enterprise customers who are constantly overspending on tokens. And what you mentioned before, it's like everyone's talking about token maxing, but not enough people are talking about like token cost control. And so do you see the future of AI costs just continuing to go up and up and up forever? What do you think there?
I think there is two things. Token per watt and token per second are the two dimensions that are limiting intelligence flowing as economics. We're gonna want a world where all the way from energy infrastructure in the ground floor, nuclear plants, we're gonna try to push more tokens per watt. And our technology through caching and routing help you do that. And then revenue will be correlated to tokens at some point in the future. And so how many tokens you can push per second, that will be how fast you can grow your revenue. So token per second and token per watt, I think are going to be the growth vectors. And then the cost, it's correlated to really sub-dimensional to the token per watts. And I think this like everything happens in society, like even the Industrial Revolution. The cheaper the thing costs, the more we're gonna get of them. Think about the cars before the assembly line. There were like 5 cars, and then the assembly line came, and the biggest companies sell 10 million cars a year.
Yeah.
And I think the same thing with intelligence. The cheaper intelligence will go, which I think is the direction we'll go, to open weight model or better infrastructural technology in the future. More intelligence we will consume. So I don't think it's like it's gonna cost less, we're gonna consume less. It's gonna cost less, pounds for pounds, but we're gonna consume much more of it. So actually, we're gonna eventually spend more of it.
Yeah. It's going to cost less, but we're going to eventually be using more. That's an optimistic future, I hear. So you get the best of both worlds in this future world.
You're gonna use more, yeah. I think enterprise that won't use intelligence eventually. I don't know. I mean, unless you do really some, I don't know, chemical companies where they're like proprietary patents for 20, 30 years, they are protected. But there's a lot of industry that if they don't become an intelligent enterprise, and what we want to help our enterprises unlock AI so they can become more intelligent, then they will be outsmarted by the competition that will have intelligent enterprises. So you will have to use it more, but you have to use it, manage and govern it. I think AI governance actually as a concept allows you to use more intelligence without having the Satya and the Alex concern. It's very early days, but that would be part of the solution to the problem of how we can use more intelligence, but still be in control and still manage the cost and still manage the IP and still manage our own data. So these other models are not then eventually coming with the same solutions by leveraging our data. So that's, I think, the long term, actually even the midterm solution to the problems.
So just to summarize, if you were to say like just the key message for people to understand, how would you fix this reverse information paradox where you can get the max amount of intelligence without having to give away all of your private information to these models?
Put a control tower on top so you can control and govern tokens, models, agents, APIs in a seamless way, both from a security standpoint, but also from a cost structure standpoint, or from data coming in and out of your company. That's probably the beginning. There will be much more, but this is the beginning to, I think, unleash or unlock AI and keep growing it. But you run it, you control it, you are in charge.
Yeah, definitely. I know we only have a few minutes left, but because I have you and the API godfather, the person who knows so much about AI infrastructure, I did want to get your take about Meta Compute. They recently announced that they're going to be selling excess compute that they have. I see this as like almost similar to how Amazon is doing AWS, and Meta is going to start doing something similar. What do you think about all of that?
I think there is a tectonic shift in the data center. And every time there is a shift, you have a window of opportunity to enter the market. They missed the cloud market, too late. Now there is the AI tectonic shift. You need massive free cash flow to invest CapEx into this thing. So partially, Meta is now at a scale that have massively free cash flow. And partially, there's a window of opportunity to enter the AI data center business. And I think they are leveraging both their position of deploying massive amount of capital with the window of opportunity to also enter the AI cloud business. And I think there makes perfect timing for them to add this new dimension, fast growing business. I think they saw SpaceX being so successful so fast in adding dozens of $1 billion in revenue. Say, wait a second, we have way more cash to invest and we can probably replicate. And I think that window opportunity to get this business since they missed the cloud business the last decade. So I think it's pretty smart to play that. They can always hold back the rents, but it's their moment to leverage their position of strength because of massive capex they can deploy.
Yeah, definitely. But because they're now going to be renting out their excess compute, does that mean their frontier model dream is dead, or where do you see all that going?
No, I think it's a true. I think it's a true two-point strategy. They're going to go at the infrastructure level to sell that if it gets a use. On the other side, at the software level with the models, if models get overutilized, they will rent less. If models are underutilized, they will make money through renting compute. So I think it's a very I mean, we see with our AI gateway now there is like meta models coming in. The whole business grow 11x very fast, and so you can see this model keep getting added. So I think the medal has a shot, mainly because they have so much compute to throw at that, and now they have also talent. You have talent, you have compute, you have data. You have the best data in the world, probably among the best. So you got data, you got talent, you got compute. It can become a pretty strong catch-up race across everybody else in the next few quarters ahead.
Interesting, interesting. I love hearing your predictions. Well, Augie, I really wanted to thank you for coming on today and sharing in such timely manner all of your thoughts about the reverse information paradox and how what you are working on with Kong directly helps solve some of those problems. And so it was such a pleasure getting to chat, and thank you for coming on MTS.
Thanks, Sophia. Thanks for having me.
And we'll be back with MTS. Welcome. Today I am here with Ian Rogers, who is the Chief Human Agency Officer at Ledger. And today, Ledger is launching Agent Stack, an open source toolkit that lets AI agents inspect balances and prepare payments, swaps, and treasury options without giving them unrestricted access to live keys. And they have a pretty simple rule that I find super fascinating. You can have agents propose, and then humans approve, and the Ledger signer actually enforces. So I come from the whole crypto industry myself. I have multiple ledgers at home, and I like the bet that you guys are making that hardware is the best way to secure crypto wallets, but software agents are going to be the ones who are going to routinely act on our behalf. So excited to talk to you more about that today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for joining. Right before we jumped on, you're showing us your cool DJ set behind, and I know that prior to doing everything with Ledger, you had a role at like Apple Music, Beats Music, all of that kind of stuff. What brought you to Ledger? Why is this an important problem that you're excited to work on?
You know, I've always been a geek. I've always liked to be at the beginning. I started programming when I was 8 years old. I studied computer science in the early 90s at Indiana University. You know, roughly the same age as Mr. Andreessen. And started doing early web stuff. But what I started doing on the web was music. I dropped out of grad school in 1995 to go on tour with the Beastie Boys. I made Winamp.com, Shoutcast.com, worked at Yahoo Music for a whole bunch of years, built Beats Music with Trent Reznor and Dr. Dre and Jimmy Iovine, and then we built Apple Music with Zane Lowe, which was amazingly fun. But then I came here to Paris. I'm in hot Paris right now. It's
How
so hot
lovely.
here. And I came here to work for LVMH 10 plus years ago now. But right when I moved here, I met Pascal, who's the CEO of Ledger, and then also Tony Fadell, who invented the iPod. And we're passionate about crypto, passionate about ownership and sovereignty, but also realizing that the computers that we have on our desks and the phones we have in our hand are not going to keep us. They're meant for sharing things, not for keeping them secure. And so, we've set out over the last 5 years, since I've been at Ledger, we've gone from like little USB stick shaped devices to secure touchscreens, e-ink touchscreens. And then we've also really amped up Ledger Wallet. We just launched Ledger Wallet 4.0 for, buy, sell, swap, stake, lend. We have a Ledger credit card and put all those things there. But I have to say with agentic security, I'm having a like, whoa, this is why we built this kind of, because what Ledger really is it's the only operating system and open development environment on top of smart card technology in the world. So think of it as a security device. It already does passkeys if you'd like it to, and you can make any app for it. If you go to developer.ledger.com, you can build any security app for it. So keeping people secure in, when they have this new probabilistic coworker called an agent, is an incredible application of that kind of security. So we've got a whole roadmap that I could bore you with. But as you said, what we launched today is the Agent Stack, which is a set of headless interfaces, CLIs, for our flagship products, Ledger Wallet, Ledger Enterprise, and Ledger Multisig. So the same way that you can use, Ledger Wallet, get it from the App Store, or use Ledger Enterprise if you're one of our enterprise customers and you click around on the interface, you can just say to your wallet, say to your agent, I want you to do this for me. And you can do a whole bunch of things that you couldn't do, easily clicking around. You could ask things like, rebalance my portfolio, or, tell me how much I've spent on gas in 2026, these kind of things that agents, are capable of. And you never have to worry about it. You can let it do whatever it wants. You can let it go crazy, but before it does an on-chain transaction, it's going to ask for your signature, which is the right architecture.
Which is the right architecture. It's important that you brought up the actual hardware behind these agents and behind signing for a wallet transaction. Right now, we just take for granted that, okay, maybe if I have a password on my computer, it's pretty secure. But as agents get more and more access to our root file systems, they get more access to private things on our computer, and oftentimes you're just saying allow to your agent without totally understanding what's happening under the hood. It puts humans at a very vulnerable risk, especially when they have something super sensitive like crypto seed phrases on their computer, or even if it's anything, if you've ever had a wallet and it was ever on your computer and it's stored somewhere, that is now a risk where an agent can theoretically get access to that and lose your funds. And so can you just walk me through a full payment? How does this actually work from start to finish using the agent stack of Ledger? If you say, I have an agent, I want it to pay someone, what can it actually see? Does it prepare? What is impossible for the agent to do unless I give my thumb, put it on the hardware wallet, and let it actually sign and process the transaction?
Yeah, it's exactly right. I mean, useful agents are dangerous by design. Pretty much every agent has the lethal trifecta, which means it has access to secrets, it can send those secrets somewhere, and prompt injection is a possibility. And prompt injection is a feature, not a bug. And what I mean by that is, like, agents are useful because they can take an action based on an input. That's what makes them, they can see around corners. That's an incredible superpower. And, but that is exactly why, as you said, we don't want to give the agents the secrets. We want the agents to think. We want the agents, to suggest. And then when it comes time to take an action, it needs to be approved by a human, either because it was explicitly part of a policy or because a human actually signed. So in the case of the CLIs that we launched today, you can do something like you could just say, I mean, give it a try. If somebody wants to type in to Claude Code or to Codex, say, hey, I hear there are Ledger wallet CLIs at developer.ledger.com. Learn how to use them and send 1 USD to encr.eth. I'll take your dollar. It will just do it. It'll go to developer.ledger.com. It'll find the CLI. It'll install that. It'll install the skills that go with it. It'll brief itself on, how to use them. All of this is like totally amazing, right? And then it'll connect to your ledger, and it will prompt you to send 1 USD to encr.eth. And then you will look at your, at your ledger and look at and clear sign that transaction. And if the transaction is what you intended on that secure screen, then you can go ahead and sign it. I had an incident with like doing some testing where I actually asked it to swap some ETH for some Apple stock. And it was trying to figure out how to do it. It figured out that you could do it using Ondo with Ledger Wallet. It was having trouble doing it because I'm in France and I didn't have that account already set up, so it was kind of stumbling through it. And then it said, "Oh well, let me just try to do a swap of ETH to USDC," and I'll it thought it was doing a test transaction. Pops up on my ledger. I was like, okay, well, I can see exactly what I'm signing here, and it's not that risky because it's $42 of ETH to USDC. I said, go ahead and sign. But then my agent actually freaked out because it said, oh my God, I accidentally did an on-chain transaction. Of course, I allowed it to do it in that case, but it was amazing to see it make the mistake and then realize it made the mistake. And it's just a reminder, and this isn't even anything nefarious. We could talk about prompt injection and other things. It's just that these creatures are probabilistic, right? And you don't want to give, a probabilistic creature your keys. You put that in a deterministic layer, and that's actually the right architecture. I mean, the other thing is that, we want to have, the option of what model we use. So even if you got guardrails into, your favorite model, you want to be able to swap that model, and that's another reason you really need the approval layer outside of the model.
Yeah. What you said is so true. These creatures are probabilistic, and you hear about, a compromised agent might get prompt injected and then try to steal your funds. But often it's an agent that has good intent, but as you just mentioned, is trying to swap something. It thought it was doing it on a test run, but it was actually happening for a real on mainnet. And often these creatures are probabilistic. How do you ensure that they're actually doing something that's deterministic? So walk me through how you guys actually do it. How do you ensure that agents actually do what the human intended for them to do?
What we always say at Ledger is the only security is secure by design. So really the only way to do it is to they cannot have the secrets. You have to have a separation between the thinking and suggesting model and the doing. And we really need this as we go forward. It will be important. I mean, we're moving into an era where all enterprises will be counting agents per employee, right? And so inventorying those agents, provisioning them, what resources do they have access to? This is just going to be a fundamental part of our lives. And in that case, what we need to be sure is that every action that agents take is what the human desired. Right? As Balaji says, agents are middle to middle, or AI is middle to middle, but humans are end to end. We need humans in the end and in the end, right? We need humans to be the ones driving, and saying this is what's desired, and then we need the humans at the end to validate, that this is what happened. And so the only way to do that, and this is exactly what we're building at Ledger, if we look into our longer roadmap, is an agent intents and policies engine. We already have a policy engine inside of Ledger Enterprise. So what we're doing is we're making that work, broadly and beyond crypto and for agents, where that way you can know that every action an agent takes happens either because it's part of a policy that was approved by a human, or it was explicitly approved by a human. So you have basically an agent, I'm sorry, a policy layer where the agent says, here's what I want to do. And then the policy engine says, is this okay by policy? If so, take the action. The policy engine can take the action just like Ledger Enterprise does today. So it can be autonomous. You don't need to sign for absolutely everything. But you also have an affordance where if it's outside of policy, you can have a step up to one or more humans, whatever the policy requires and drives. So I think that this is going to, if you don't have this, you don't have an audit trail, right? Because it's sort of like having, a credit card pre-internet without 3D Secure. We needed 3D Secure, so we have this transaction time security. And if you only have agent identity and you don't have transaction time security that tells us which human, either via policy or via explicit approval, approve this transaction, then it's impossible to have an audit trail or to simply be sure that what agents are doing is what the humans wanted it to do.
Yeah, definitely. I know we're running close to time, but the last thing I did want to get your opinion on, especially when it comes to things like crypto wallets, is where do you see this getting adopted first? You guys do everything from consumer wallets to enterprises, multi-sigs, model integration tools. Who is the first adopter of all the tech you're building?
Right. So everybody who already has a Ledger signer and Ledger wallet on the consumer side are our first adopters. They're out there doing things like one that's fun is, roast my wallet, just ask Claude to roast your wallet. It'll be pretty fun if it looks back over the last however many years. On the enterprise side, though, you really see some great use cases because if you're a treasury department at one of our enterprise customers, then this is great for you because right now you're clicking around the interface and spelunking for transactions, but you can simply, ask the agent to do that treasury work for you, and it will do it. And then in the future, it's really any agent operator or builder. Because really what we have coming is security that allows you to secure the channel between you and your agent, allows you to manage the secrets on behalf of your agent, even remotely if you're using an agent remotely, and then ultimately to have a policy engine. So you can set policies using secure hardware and know that that they will be that they'll be backed by hardware, and your agent doesn't have the keys, so it can't act unless it goes through that policy engine. So that's the path that we're on.
Super fascinating. Well, Ian, I wanted to thank you for coming on today and sharing more about what's happening with Ledger's agent stack and also how you think about agents and payments as a whole. Super fascinating conversation.
Thank you. I'll see you next time for that DJ set.
I know. I can't wait for that. Thank you. And we'll be back with MTS.
we are live with Shanu Matthew, who is an investor, he's an analyst. He talks about energy abundance, AI power and data centers, NBA, and rap. So, Shanu, welcome to MTS.
Thanks, Theo. Pleasure to be on with you and Sophia.
Absolutely. So, we were talking earlier about space data centers and specifically Starmind. We had this clip where we were talking about how people were saying that there's like a specific issue with it. Frontier LLMs are a mixture of experts, so it would be harder to spread the workload in space compared to Earth. And then Elon said, actually, this is not a big deal because we'll be able to put a full NVL72 rack in a single satellite. So do you have any takes on this?
Sadly, I do not on the orbital compute side. I guess as we kind of talk about compute constraints and bringing on physical data centers or terrestrial data centers, I guess it might be it might urge for the need to build more orbital, just because we may not be able to build as quickly as we want terrestrially. But outside of that, I think I mean in general, as these things get bigger, they're getting better at networking multiple data centers, but it's typically like in the distance of hundreds to like maybe 1,000 kilometers. And I don't know how much distance we're talking about from here to space, but I'd assume it's larger than that.
Mm-hmm. So, wow, it's a few hundred kilometers, I believe, 300-ish in low Earth orbit.
Okay, then yeah, then in that case, right? I guess like you're doing that right now on land, so.
Yeah. So I guess going back to land, what is founded about the claims of data center impacts on electricity prices? Because this is going to be like sort of the most like populist part of all of this. Like people do not want their electricity prices to go up, and big labs have already sort of pledged to like cover any increases. But yeah, what do sort of the facts say about that?
Yeah, I know you're an NBA fan. I don't know if you follow WNBA, but Sophie Cunningham just tweeted like, when are we going to stop all these data centers that are going to kill our farmland?
Yeah. So I'd probably say I disagree with Sophie, but fan of her basketball, probably not the data center takes, but I think you guys just bring up a really good point. I feel like as someone with a background in electricity markets, I think that this narrative has kind of gotten off the rails a little bit. It's disconnected from reality. And so at least like I'll decompose a few things, right? So like over the course of the last like 40-ish years, I mean, if you plot like electricity prices and broader inflation, they largely move in lockstep. And if anything, electricity, like while it might surge beyond it at some points, it usually generally comes in line or below. And so like what's been happening is in the last few years, electricity rates have risen faster than inflation, right? So everyone's kind of spooked and people are saying, oh, maybe it's the data centers, all this stuff, right? Two issues with that is that the data centers to be built for AI and stuff, there's not much capacity online today, right? I mean, so we're talking about like 5 gigawatts and maybe the 50, just in terms of like rough estimates. And so like historically, right, like it hasn't been a large enough contributor to actually meaningfully move rates. The other component too is like the way that rates are designed, like the vast chunk of it actually is less from like the generating of electricity. It's more so actually like 65% like the wires, the poles, et cetera, the cost of actually like delivering the electricity to your house. And so I think like the big issue is like if you look at a lot of the actual studies done, and I can link to a tweet later on, but like from EPRI, from Charles River, from Berkeley National Lab, I mean like literally the leading sources we have on electricity markets all definitively say the same thing, that data centers historically have not actually contributed to rate increases in the recent years. That could change on a go forward basis, but historically they haven't. And it actually narrative violation in some of the areas where we saw the fastest load growth or the highest penetration data centers, you saw a lower load. And the way that to think about that, right, is we largely have a fixed cost asset system that's growing. And if you amortize that over more pairs, rates actually come down, right? And so I think it's like a kind of missed opportunity where we're demonizing a lot of this infrastructure, when in reality, if you think about what they could contribute in the future, they're unique in the sense of like they're willing to pay a premium. They're willing to pay for some of the infrastructure, as you alluded to, Sophia. Pretty much all of the major hyperscalers have commitments to pay for their fair share of infrastructure or upgrades, especially at a local level, which never really happens. And then also they have the ability to be flexible, which is still earlier on, but you know, in the idea that they can flex down during periods of peak events or scarcity or whatever else, that can actually reduce burdens on the grid. And that's like very atypical, because typically if you run like a chemical plant or a manufacturing plant, you need to run 24/7, 365. You can't move that load. But in data centers, you can actually move that workload to a different facility. So I'm actually a little bit more bullish on them being a grid asset. And so I think it's time to kind of turn that narrative around, at least with some of these facts.
Yeah. So what has been driving increases in electricity? There's places like Washington D.C. and I think like New Jersey, New Hampshire that have been seeing like a lot of spikes recently, and then California, it just remains high. So yeah, if not data centers, like what are some examples of things?
Yeah, so it kind of goes back to like that actual split of like your electricity bill. So like the vast chunk of it, like call it 60 to 65%, or sometimes even higher, it depends on the locality, right? Comes from actually like the delivery of it. So this is like the transmission system that delivers it, or moves the electricity from the power plants to the house, and then the local distribution, which is like that wires that actually take it to your actual house. And so those require a significant amount of investments. A lot of the transformers, substations, et cetera, that we have on the grid right now are pretty aged. There's typically like a 30-year useful life on like transformers, for example, and a very high proportion of these are already beyond their useful life. And so kind of continually investing in an aging system is expensive. And the other things, like the largest levers like year to year are largely just kind of like investing and hardening that system. And then two, you have like other extraneous factors, right? So like natural gas, that's the marginal cost of electricity just because it provides the most on the grid year to year. So if you have swings in gas prices, that actually, moves the needle on that as well. And then like you mentioned California, that one's unique because actually a lot of the chunk of the cost increases are due to like the wildfire situation there, right? Which is like a physical, practical like limitation of the geography, right? Like you've had these fires, and then that needs to be absorbed by the rate base as you kind of reinvest back in the structure. And so I think there's like a few of these things that can get conflated and then blamed to the data centers. But again, like a lot of the capacity that we're going to see is in the future. So it hasn't happened yet. So it could actually contribute in the future, but the historical narrative is completely false.
So in terms of the electricity, the energy supply chain, people talk about how transformers and turbines and other electrical equipment are critical bottlenecks. How critical exactly? Like how long would it take to manufacture enough transformers or turbines to power what we need? And is there any way to do it without relying on major grid updates? Like I know Colossus is powered by lots of just on-site natural gas generators, for example.
Yeah, it's a good question. So in terms of like, are we able to just flip on capacity and can we build enough? It depends on your view of demand, but if you kind of back out, and I've done this work and shared prior tweets and stuff that we could throw up there, but in terms of you kind of just back out what it's implied in chip sales from like if you look at like the accelerators, right? So the NVIDIAs, the Broadcoms, the Marvells, the et ceteras of the world, and you kind of add all that up, right? Like this year, and it's a wide range because it depends on the assumptions you use on watts per accelerator, and then that you add an IT load to that and the facility load to get the overall gigawatts. But let's just call it, again, like perhaps anywhere from 50 to 100 gigawatts of new load over the next 5 years. It's really tough to answer that call, right? Because that's just data centers, and you have outside of data centers, you have broader electrification, just general population growth, people using more electricity, et cetera. And so to deliver this, you need to build new plants or get more efficiencies out of the system, right? That's always not super available, especially when you're already kind of operating at a pretty reasonable level. So in terms of new generation, that's like a multi-year process, right? So if you want power from the grid, that's typically like a 3 to 7 year type of wait, because you ultimately need to like plug into the grid, and you need to file the appropriate paperwork, the plans, you need to get the studies done, et cetera. And then to your point, so that means you can build your own generation, but that has its own bottlenecks, as you alluded to as well. So I know everyone cites the Colossus example. It was incredible, honestly, from an engineering standpoint, but that is not like, I would also credit that it was an amazing feat, and that's why it's not super easy to duplicate, right? Is that one, the equipment itself has bottlenecks. So to power a data center behind the meter is what we call it. So meter being like utility, front of the meter, utility grid served, behind the meter, generating yourself. You have a few different like technology options. You have like reciprocating gas engines, which are called like RICE or recips. You have aeroderivative turbines. You have simple cycle turbines. You have workhorse turbines, and each of those has its own different lead time associated with it. So like the workhorse turbines, that's typically what people think about when they're talking about this type of power. It's actually not what you probably want for behind the meter, at least on a bridge basis. Those are booked out till 2029. these other types of turbines and recips and things like that, they have different varying degrees of bottlenecks, but you're still kind of looking somewhere at least in the 6 months, maybe on the easiest side, to like a couple years for the other ones, right? And then you have the electrical equipment and the cooling equipment and all that, and then that's also constrained depending on which part of the stack you're talking about. But like transformers have a few year lead time as well, and sometimes it improves, sometimes it doesn't, but ultimately you're still subject to these same bottlenecks. And then the one thing that people always forget too is labor. So like the EPC or like the engineers, the people that actually fit out these data centers, it's the same exact workforce that all of these people are calling on, whether it's BTM, whether it's front of the meter, et cetera. There's only so many people around, and it's not like you can just kind of like bring in people overnight and they can do it. This is like skilled labor that requires a lot of training and a lot of certifications and things of that nature. So you'd have heard of like things like hyperscalers flying planes of electricians around the country in order to keep their staff. So it's not as easy as flipping that up. And like the final thing I'd say too is just like, because if we think about that supply need, right? Like what I get to when I kind of do the math and, you know, looking across the different people out there in terms of SynMax, Semi-Analysis, Aterio, people that track these level project by project level, you kind of get to like a low teens, mid-teens number. If we're to scale beyond that, which some of the chip sales forecasts imply, depending on your assumptions, where do you get that slack from? And that's like kind of the disconnect that I feel people don't talk about that, because all those bottlenecks are worsening and getting more competition for those same things. So how do you actually bring on capacity sooner? And behind the meter can help to an extent, but like it's like pretty much setting up your own microgrid every single time you do that. So it's not as easy as getting these things and plugging them in. There's quite a bit of physics that has to happen on the backside and servicing, which we can get into.
So is behind the meter harder across the board?
100%. It is.
Okay.
It is way more operationally complex. It's way more expensive, and so typically it wouldn't really make sense. So like, I'm going to speak in really rough numbers, but like to build your own like gas plant is probably like on the order of like $2 to $3 billion, right? So like normally you and I are not going to just go up and stand up our own gas plant. We wouldn't have the money. The reason that you're able to do this right now is because the capex for a total fully burdened data center right now is like $50 billion. So it's just like a small chunk of the overall capital, and then the opportunity cost of not having power right now. I mean the typical revenue you were cited for a gigawatt before was in the $10 to $15 billion range, and typically some of the recent contracts we're seeing now are in the $30 to $50 billion range. So the opportunity cost of not having power is so high that it's justifying the economics to go build it. But in reality, none of these people actually really would want to be behind the meter. Like almost everyone you talk to in the industry still wants grid power. It's just a matter of getting the power in the interim until they can get hooked up to their local grid. Just because you need to, one, provision your own redundancy. So basically, like if I need 1 gigawatt of power, I basically need to build 2 gigawatts just because there's outages, there's maintenance services required, and I can't just power down my data center.
Is it really double the amount?
So typically it's like, it depends on how much you're sizing it, but like N+1 would mean double, but like you could probably get away with like 1.5, right? Because you can take down like a turbine or a few turbines and then like use the backup. But like it really just depends how much redundancy you want. This is interesting because like typically data centers offered like 4 nines reliability, right? Which is 99.9999% uptime. To get something like that, if that's your service level agreements, like you might want to have 2x the redundancy. But if you can get away with lower, or like, for example, Meta is not really serving third party yet, you might be okay with like a lower level of availability. It might go at like 1.2 or 1.4, right? So I think it ultimately depends on like what you're offering, but that's why it's such a pain in the ass. And so like you've heard from some of the leaders of these labs, like for example, Amin Vadat at Google was on a podcast and he said, we're going back to customers now. It's like, hey, do you want, and he's just making up numbers, right? But like 50 megawatts at 4 nines, or do you want 100 megawatts at 2 nines? And so like those types of decisions are happening now, and people would rather have the capacity. So those type of things can like build you a little bit more flexibility. But the only other thing I'd say too is like the reason that's such a pain in the ass to operate behind the meter as well is that like you need to match load to supply at all times, right? That's just the way that grids and power systems work. And inference is very spiky, as we all know. So right, like that's its own headache in terms of just complexity of managing that. Managing the outages. If you're using things like recips, right, like they like need maintenance quite oftentimes. So like some of these neo clouds and like behind the meter type power players have like literally warehouses of equipment and like hundreds of technicians that are just running around. And so that's just not easy to stand up. It's really hard, right? And it's the same labor force that's still already stressed out.
Right. So if you are like a hyperscaler, you're a company like Meta, what are your options for providing the power if you're like doing behind the meter? Like, do you partner with companies that are like, either like gas companies or solar, or I guess what are the options as well? And how much partnership is there in the industry?
Yeah, you're starting to see a lot more, to be honest, right? I think like the hyperscalers see the writing on the wall that they need to go build a lot of more power. There's also like connecting back to that political pushback, right? There's also the conception that they need to also focus about the cleanliness of their power. And so you're seeing partnerships up and down the stack. I'd say like the most innovative or the one that's done the most is Google. So I had a tweet on that earlier today, but they've done partnerships up and down the stack. So like there's one, right, there's partnering with grids to get their power, right? And so part of the reason that grids are hesitant to build power so quickly is because you and I are ratepayers, right? If a utility builds something, like ratepayers naturally just will absorb some of that inflation as you pay more into the system. Even if Meta and XYZ is paying for all the power in their local substation, there's still additional cost, right, to serve overall power system grids. And so if they're going to invest billions of dollars in a new power plant and all this new upgrades and stuff like that, they need to have certainty that you're going to spend the capital, right? Like they don't want XYZ hyperscaler to say, hey, I need 2 gigs of power and then go away 2 years from now if like AI slows down for whatever reason, right? Because then their rate base has to absorb that. So what you're seeing is like partnerships with utilities where like people are offering take or pay agreements where they're paying a lot of capital up front to hold their slot, and that can get them power sooner. There is this idea of like non-firm commitment. So basically if the grid runs into scarcity conditions or peak conditions, as we call them, like a hot summer day or a cold winter night, that you'll actually flex your power down. You're seeing stuff like an SPP chills, batch zero in ERCOT, and PJM has like this non-firm connection. It was declined, but you know they're working through the mechanisms there, and so like that's called demand response or flexibility. So Google has a gigawatt of that cumulatively across their stats, and then there's BTM, right? And there's like thermal, which is like all the gas related avenues, but there's also like solar. So Google announced a pretty cool project in Meitner where they're going to match like with a gigawatt co-located of solar, wind, and storage. They announced another one today that was more of a virtual PPA just to offset their gas usage. But again, it's like I think it was like over a gig of solar and over a gigawatt hours of storage associated with that as well. And then you're seeing them also kind of sign up to be initial offtake for some of the more innovative technologies like advanced nuclear, geothermal, et cetera. But those are kind of 5+ years out in terms of project delivery at meaningful scale. So it's kind of all the above approach. But everyone's kind of flexing as hard as they can, and the other swing factor is going to be international, right? If the U.S. can't build as quickly as we'd like to, it has like a disproportionate share of data center capacity today, but it might lose out on that if we can't kind of get through some of these bottlenecks. But the big one right now too, also just the political, right? Like the permitting, et cetera. Like you saw the New York news with the moratorium. Not that New York's like the hottest data center market right now, or kind of historically, but you will see more of that, especially as we enter the midterms and next year presidential elections. Just given this perception that data centers might be a bad thing, I think the industry really needs to grapple with that.
So tell us more about AI infra economics. You said that a gigawatt frontier computing campus costs $50 billion all in roughly. And under your framework, a frontier campus requires about 19 to 27 billion of annual revenue per gigawatt, which seems like more than I would have expected. Like, the biggest data centers right now are about a gigawatt. Meta is working on like 5 gigawatts, for example. Elon is talking about doing a terawatt a year with Terafab. So can you go into a little more detail about like how you get to that number and what it means?
Yeah. So that one's like it's a simple proxy just for the return you would need to justify like cost of capital. So in that case, I was using like 10%, right? But basically, I mean, just with the if you start with your revenue, right? You like a lot of people are just assuming kind of like an inverse margin, like 50%. You subtract your DNA just because it's tax shield, 21% tax rate. You add back the DNA to get to a proxy of like free cash flow. But to get to that over the useful life of the equipment, right? Like equipment's like 5-ish years. The actual physical plant is like 20 years. If you kind of just like do that math, which I laid out in the framework you're referencing, you kind of get to that like range of like 19 to 27 billion dollars, because that is revenue, right? And then you have to net out your costs. That's what you're serving as margin, and then you have like the tax and DNA implications, right? To ultimately get your cash flow, and that's what people care about in terms of your cash on cash returns. If I paid for the X, what am I getting in return? And most people want to underwrite kind of a low double digit type of return, or one that clears a 10% cost of capital. So that's all I was doing there, and I think that's notable, right? Because historically, you were signing deals in kind of 10 to 15 type of range, which maybe works for different economics, or if you have a higher margin assumption, et cetera, right? I was running 50%. If there's rumors out there that sometimes like Anthropic or something on enterprise API is doing 80%, right? So like that changes like your break even math, but ultimately you kind of need compute prices to be pretty healthy. If you kind of do like total TCO type math on a $50 billion data center, it kind of shakes out to like the between $4 and $5 per GPU hour range in the latest generation. If you look at compute prices right now, they're in that like $5 to $6 range, right? So that means that people can, generate positive low double-digit type returns at these current compute prices. And then you're starting to see like the implied run rate of these other deals. Granted, they're very small, like the SpaceX Anthropic deal and the SpaceX Google deal, but those were implying revenue on the order of 30 to $50 billion per gigawatt. So you can start to clear the economics like pretty well there. And I think like folks don't appreciate that as much. I think like you got to remember there's like different parts of the stack, right? Like there's the frontier labs that are buying compute, selling tokens. So a higher compute price is actually like net negative to them, but ultimately if they can price for it on the token side, they're okay. Compute providers, you're paying for that infrastructure. That's generally inflationary with just like the rise of, the increased pricing on hardware and then the labor and things of that nature. But so long as they get that stable compute price, they can kind of do their deals as well. And so I think people kind of like mix those two things together oftentimes, but in reality, it actually seems like if you kind of parse out the different layers going on, like there seems to be like reasonable returns that you could underwrite, so long as this revenue keeps growing. And that's the big assumption there, right? Because I think the post that I retweeted was from David Consequoia, and he was like, he called it the $1.5 trillion question. He did a simpler build where it's like 750 billion of capex, divide that by 0.5 so that people make a margin, you get to 1.5 trillion. And he's like, where is all the revenue? If you look at what Exponential View calculated as like the dedupe total AI state of the economy revenue is like 175 billion. So we're short of that like ratio that I mentioned, right? So like, but the matter of the fact is that like prices are holding stable, and then the implied annual revenue per gigawatt is holding stable and growing. And if that continues to be the case, like we could very much catch up, right? Like we're just in the part of the J curve, as finance calls it, where you're investing ahead of revenues. But if economic conditions stay healthy and they continue to generate more revenue, like you can actually see positive returns for a lot of this stuff, where I think a lot of people just, kind of see big numbers and they assume crappy returns. And I don't think that's the right framework.
So besides electricity, what are some of the bottlenecks to getting data centers to power, getting them online?
Yeah, so I mean, like the big thing is like is a lot of it right now is like the politics and the permitting associated with it, right? So you need like air control permits, especially if you're running behind the meter power. You need to get through the queue paperwork. I mean, like you need to have like the local permits to build and things of that nature. That's like actually where you're seeing a lot of stuff break right now. If you talk to data center developers, you hear commentary that multiple people are running into multiple issues, and it's happening at that local level, just given kind of the politics associated with it. Recently, I don't know if you saw that there was like Kevin O'Leary, or I forget what his acronym, Mr. Wonderful or whatever.
Mr. Wonderful.
Mr. Wonderful.
In Utah. You should see the videos of like these town hall meetings. Like they're getting quite aggressive, and I'm not saying anything about like his positive in his project, but like some of these meetings are getting to the point where like people that work for these data center companies are actually concerned for general safety or pushback from the local communities. And so I think like permitting is like the big issue, right? I'd say like labor, again, I'd go back to that, like is a huge thing, and that happens kind of at all parts of the stack. So like if you look at like GEV's transcripts, for example, and these are the guys that sell the big workhorse turbines to utilities, they're like allocating slots now based on who has available EPC labor, because they don't want to sell slots where someone doesn't have the actual labor to go get it built. So that's like the other big one. But in terms of like overall demand and stuff, I mean, like those still seem pretty healthy. So the bottlenecks are more so around like the availability of the labor, the equipment, the permitting, and then how much can you like get flex out of the current constraints, which it seems right now like a lot of them seem pretty maxed out, right? So all you can kind of really do is sign up to these multi-year framework type of agreements to make sure it doesn't happen 3 to 5 years down the road. But I don't see many like relief valves outside some of these kind of new emerging, areas of demand response or things of that nature to really relieve the bottlenecks right now.
Yeah. So
and then I guess on the silicon side of things, right, there's like TSMC and wafers and allocations, all that stuff too. But like that just adds to the issue, right?
So on the permitting side, like the permits that are like currently being enforced, what are they like mostly aimed at protecting? And like where do they maybe like overstep, in your opinion?
Yeah, so I mean, like these things can be done at a very local level, but like there's various like, environmental protection permits that happen across agencies. Like, so for example, like I was on a trip with one of the largest EPCs in the U.S. that built these huge transmission lines, and like they were talking about in one of their projects, they had like a 2-week break because there was like a certain type of flour that was in the area in the region that they were building, and then like the permit was blocked on the fact that they like needed to like reassess like if they were gonna like damage the local ecosystem because of that. Like so like that's an extreme example. I'm not saying that that's every example, but like that's things like that happen on a case by case basis where some laws are maybe potentially taken advantage of by local constituents that don't want anything built. The other really big one, especially if you're kind of entertaining this behind the meter, because that's really like what needs to expand if you're going to build all this power, is the air permit controls. And so we brought up Colossus One, like they're actually getting sued right now because Elon's approach was kind of plug it in before he gets all the appropriate approvals and come turn it off if you want. That isn't probably like the best scenario for a lot of people, especially if they're worried about like kind of the political ramifications. But like a stat that I heard, and it's probably need to update it, but like a year ago, like McKinsey did an analysis, and 50% of the proposed BTM sites were in non-attainment zones, which basically means you can't get the air permits. And so like that's like a pretty hard bottleneck, right? Where it's like if you're planning to build a site and you're getting again like billions of capital together, you're getting the labor associated, that you need, signing all that capacity up, and then you actually can't get the air permits, like that will hold it up. And so like you've heard that up and down the stack too. I mean, like GEV communicated that to investors as well on one of their calls where, a lot of the slot reservations weren't converting yet because people were still waiting on their air permits. So that's like another big one, especially just because when you plug in these like mobile turbines or like the diesel tanks or the rice engines or the recips, they pollute a lot of like excess pollutants like NOx and SOx and things of that nature. And a lot of those have strict environmental regulations, and that happens at a state level, not a federal level. So even if the federal government was like, we need to build as much as possible, et cetera, like that actual enforcement happens at a state level. And so that's going to be a huge bottleneck.
What seems?
Well,
I think we're at time. Yeah.
Yeah, we're running low on time, but it's been great. Thank you so much for sharing all this interesting stuff with us. What should we plug? Should we plug at Shanu Matthew on Twitter? At Shanu Matthew 93.
It's Shanu Matthew 93. After this, I'll quote to some of the tweet threads I mentioned. But always happy to engage. I'm always just trying to debate in public and kind of get through these thoughts out loud. So if anyone has any pushback or additional data points, always open to it. And thank you for having me on, Theo and Sylvia.
Awesome.
Amazing. Shanu Matthew 93 on Twitter. ShanuMatthew.com. Thank you so much, Shanu, for coming on MTS.
We'll be right back.
And we'll be right back. news.
Big news.
Big news just happened. We changed the lighting from green to blue. But also other big news just happened. The Kimi K3 blog post and benchmarks are out. So we can finally look at them.
And guess who they beat?
They beat Fable on front-end code arena from arena.ai. Kimi did significantly better than Fable. Like a bigger gap between Kimi and Fable than between Fable and GLM 5.2-ish, or a similar size gap. A bigger gap between Kimi and Fable than Fable and Soul. Really huge. And of course, it just smashes Opus, and it's the same pricing as Sonnet. Remember, it's 3 and 10.
Right, which is 10th place.
Yeah. So Sonnet 5 high is 10th place.
And it's the same price.
Yeah. Kimi K2.6 is 18th place on this. So it jumped 17 places between Kimi K2.6 and Kimi K3. It ranked number 1 in 6 of 7 domains: brand and marketing, reference-based design, data and analytics, consumer products, simulations, and content creation tools, landing number 2 only in gaming behind Fable. The full model weights will be released by July 27th. So we have the blog post.
But we can use it before July 27th, correct?
Yes, but it will be open weights in 9 days.
Yeah.
So Kimi K3, first of all, what time is it? It is 3:02 a.m. in Beijing. So this was posted 5 minutes ago, actually, 2:58 a.m. Beijing time. These guys are locked in. You think you're locked? These guys are locked.
Yeah. Wonder if they have sleep pods in the office.
Nah.
Like XAI.
Maybe. 2.8 trillion parameters. It's a huge model. 1 million tokens of context, native multimodal. They have their own attention architecture that is much faster on decoding. Attention residuals deliver 25% higher training efficiency at less than 2% additional cost. Built for long horizon agentic coding and self-evolving workflows. Yeah, I mean, we've seen this language before a lot. Long horizon agentic coding and self-evolving workflows. Interesting. It's long horizon workflows. They want these things to be economically valuable. Kimi is built on Kimi Delta attention residuals. Okay, so I think they just released a paper explaining the whole architecture, which, by the way, is incredible. Like, OpenAI and Anthropic do not say a word about their architectures. Internal knowledge workbench. Wow. So on their internal benchmarks, built from patterns, challenges, and real-world user agent workflows, it exceeds GPT and Opus. On finance, online experience. It outperforms Fable. Wow. On kernel optimization over a 15-hour long task. Oh my God. And it improved much faster than Fable. Whoa. On this specific task. So maybe it's cherry-picked. We'll see. This is a Kimi-generated video game.
Wow. This is a blow to thinking machines who claim to fame was omnimodality. But is there anything they're still lacking in?
Kimi?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe probably audio. Probably audio.
The absolute bleeding edge of frontier intelligence, they are still probably a little behind Fable and Soul, but not by very much. You know who else this is a big blow to? Is Anthropic.
Yeah.
Imagine if Anthropic were a public company today, their stock would be down 20%, maybe more.
They're never going public, dog.
They're never going public, dog. Yeah, it is actually pretty bad for Anthropic. I mean, yes, of course, the bull case for Anthropic is they just reach recursive self-improvement before anyone else. However, they still are a business. They still do B2B SaaS, and enterprises are probably not going to be spending 10 and 50 on Fable when they can instead be spending 3 and 10 on Kimi K3.
Yeah,
much,
I think
much
that
cheaper. Or 3 and 15 rather.
So if this continues to happen and we just get an open source nuke from Chinese models, that do you think do you think the government will actually regulate Chinese AI.
Yes, I think that if
They'll actually supply chain risk the moonshot.
I don't know how they're going to prevent people from like downloading software. Rune tweets, the era of the Chinese labs being far behind is over. Kimi is at least on par with the modern public frontier models. People have to think differently now without any competitive margin built in. Yeah, so there was this worldview, I guess there still is this worldview among many people, that the top frontier labs, OpenAI and Anthropic, are just going to basically dominate everything. And it won't matter if the models are much more expensive, because they will be so far ahead of the Chinese models on capability that there will be a niche for them anyway. Now it's not clear that there's that much of a niche for Fable anymore. I guess if you want like sort of very specific word cell questions, right? Like if you wanted to do alternate history scenarios, maybe it has a little more big model smell and it's better at that. But for most economically valuable tasks that enterprises are paying all this money for, coding, finance, law, medicine, if Kimi K3 is as good or slightly better or slightly barely worse compared to Fable for a third of the price, guess what enterprises are going to do? If the enterprises can download the weights and deploy Kimi themselves for even cheaper than 3 and 15, guess what they're going to do?
Yeah. I mean, I think that like it seems kind of unlikely to me that US enterprises like start adopting Kimi. Just because I don't think they're very even like well versed in this. Like I don't think that the CTO of a lot of companies, like the CTO of Costco is like, oh, guess what? I just checked the benchmarks and it looks like we should be using Kimi.
Oh, come on. Costco,
Like,
definitely.
You think so?
Yes.
I think like
Yes.
I think there's like
I think
just
maybe like insurance company in South Bend, Indiana might not. But Costco, like, come on.
Well,
Costco knows what's up.
yeah, but I still think there's a lot of like the enterprise plans are really well thought out for OpenAI and Anthropic. So I doubt that they'd be canceling their like they still have enough faith in, you know, Anthropic 2 months from now or 1 month from now to not replace their contract and be like, scrap that, never mind. Like you know, remove them from the balance sheet. We're gonna install Kimi. I don't think that's realistic. So enterprise is one thing. For consumers like the you and me's of the world, like who are just like if we're trying to code something, I think it's actually like a little bit more realistic that we'd like think twice about like Anthropic subscription.
Yeah. Honestly, very smart of Thinking Machines to release their model yesterday. I don't know if they knew it was up, but, you know,
yeah,
this is a substantially better model than Inkling. Yeah.
The implications, bro. The
I wonder if it beats Inkling on forecasting, though. And I've never been like super bullish on Thinking Machines as like the company that's going to make literally the best models. If it is the company that makes the best consumer product version of Gordon's Guardian Angels, the company that makes the best like user aligned models, that is good. And that is a respectable niche, as respectable as getting the smartest models, period.
Yeah. I think that the consumer niche is gonna like there's gonna be more markets because you have your like consumer coding agent niche, which is one thing, but you're gonna have your consumer like actual personal assistant you interface with the whole day niche. And I think Thinking Machines has like a clear shot at that. Like you're like Samantha from her niche. Like that could be a Thinking Machine.
Yeah. Or that could be Grok. It's unfortunate that like Grok is just such an unsexy name. It's not like, oh, I'm talking to my AI girlfriend Samantha. I'm talking to my AI girlfriend. Her name is Grok.
She's beautiful. Who? The Grok reading this right now. Or the Grok watching this right now. Yeah. Are you serious? Are you stealing my tweet right now? Okay, you
I
gave
let
me
you
one
steal my
yesterday.
tweet yesterday.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Tweet for tweet.
Anyway, we should look at the actual benchmarks.
Yeah.
So the actual benchmarks are, it is roughly on the level of Fable and Soul, slightly behind them on most benchmarks on Frontier Sui, Kimi Code Bench, Deep Sui, Terminal Bench. Remember though, Fable 5 is not the absolute bleeding edge of what Anthropic has internally, for sure. Slightly behind Fable and Soul and GDP Val. On AA Briefcase, it's ahead. Wow, it's ahead of Soul and Fable on Browse Comp. Automation Bench, Spreadsheet Bench. Let's look at their blog. So here are all of the benchmarks, all maxed out. Really? Okay. Oh, I see. They're comparing all of the models on max effort. Whoa. Kimi Code Bench, score versus cost per task. Much cheaper.
Wow.
Although it underperforms a little bit Fable. See, max is 72% versus Fable 78. But even Kimi K3 low outperforms GLM 5.2 max for the same pricing. And then on Browse Comp, it's just like Pareto optimal. Wow, there's no way they have Claude Mythos 5. This must be mislabel. It must have been Fable. Like, there's no way that they gave a Chinese lab access to Mythos.
Oh, Browse Comp is by OpenAI?
I think so.
I think Browse is so important. Like, I actually think that like if you're vibe coding something, it's so much more important for it to be able to find like the right like high signal information online. I don't even know how like agents are doing this. Like, are agents going through Reddit threads and like finding random niche pieces of information? Either way, I think the ability to like traverse the internet intelligently is like it's so crucial.
Absolutely. So comparing open frontier model sizes over time. So Kimi K3 is the largest open model by far at 2.8 trillion parameters. DeepSeek V4 Pro is 1.6 trillion. And then Xiaomi Mimo V2 Pro, which I had barely heard of, is over a trillion.
What is that?
Inkling is 975. ZAI GLM, where's GLM 5.2? Did they not disclose it? No, they must have disclosed it. It was open weights. Game dev and digital creation. Okay, whoa.
Ooh.
They made a GBA emulator. Oh my god. This is a 3D model made by Kimi.
Wait, this is a game running on a 3D model?
Yes.
Oh my god.
It's a game being emulated inside of a 3D model, but still. Really impressive.
I'm so excited for the Cambrian explosion of video games.
Enhancing both the interface and gameplay through recursive self-improvement. Is this what this term means now? Is it just going to get overused to hell?
It's going to be a
like
marketing
AGI?
term. Yeah.
Oh my god. We have Spider-Man for the PS5 at home. The exaggerated swagger of a Chinese model.
Oh, that's so cool. Oh my god.
Do you remember that meme?
Teleport me in. Cyberpunk web swinging game. Oh my god.
The exaggerated swagger. Okay.
Dude, to be honest, I'm like this weekend I'm just gonna go home and like
3D
try to make
mechanical
games.
typewriter. Oh my god, it explodes. Holy, that's incredible. You know, one benchmark I have for models eventually is there's this really cool YouTuber that I followed for a while called Jared Owen, who makes these sick like 3D videos of, for example, like how does the ISS work? So it's these big 3D models of the ISS. And eventually, of course, models will be able to make 3D generated models that are as good as this. Maybe they already can if there are like already sprites online or something. So I'm very excited. Another little anecdote is spring 2025, my last semester at college, I took a Blender class. And
you did?
hated it. I hated it. I hated it. I hated it so much. It was pure mind-numbing tedium. I was like, and this was like the best models available at the time were like O1 Preview and like DeepSeek R1. And I would try to get them to help me do Blender, and they just couldn't do it. The models just weren't there.
Does Blender have like scripts?
Yes.
That you can use? So it couldn't even do it, even trying to write a script.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's tough.
And so I had to do all this shit myself, and it was painful. And now you can just do a lot of the stuff that I would have had to do in Blender class with Frontier models. And it's beautiful.
So I found a gem,
A gem.
on Instagram.
Oh, send it to me.
No, it's like a platform. It's like a website, which I think is like the mid journey of 3D modeling. It's called Meshy.ai.
Oh, that's so cool. Meshy.ai. I've heard of this.
So, it was revealed to me via Instagram advertisements.
It was revealed to me in a dream.
It was revealed to me in an ad.
Mhm.
But with Meshy, you can upload any image. So I could probably upload a picture of you and then have like a rotating Theo Jaffe 3D model.
Okay.
But
you must.
But yeah, so I uploaded like a 2D sketch and it created a 3D version of the character.
That's awesome.
And so this is slept on. Basically, I'm just pointing this out right now so that I can say I told you guys and I was there first and I'm better and I win.
Nice.
But yeah, this is super impressive.
Yeah, I mean,
You
there's
should play
still a
around
lot
with
of
it
like
later.
3D modeling artists who are like, oh, this doesn't count as like real 3D modeling. It has to be tedious and painful.
You have to like
You
hand.
have to suffer.
Yeah. You have to hand sculpture it
If you
with
don't
your cursor.
If you don't suffer through the creation and hate it, then it won't be good enough. Oh wow! So Kimi K3 drops at 57 on artificial analysis, just behind Fable and Soul. TR Taxes, our favorite analyst, who's already very bullish on China, said he predicted 53 or 54 and then updated upwards to 55. But it was above TR Taxes' optimistic expectation and landed at 57. Incredible. This is one of my favorite examples so far.
Oh my god. I'm so excited.
We have Super Smash Bros. At home. We have The Witcher at home. We have Assassin's Creed at home. We have Roblox Shooter Simulator at home. This is so slop. But it's impressive that the models can do this. Remember the models like just could not code about a year ago?
Yeah.
Hello, Gargantua. Okay, Black Hole Simulation.
Ooh. Do you ever play Universe Sandbox?
Yes. This reminds me of that.
I played that in VR.
Ooh.
And I was like, I don't know how old I was, probably like 12. And I was so one-shotted.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so you know what this tells me? All of this tells me is that it is actually going to be the golden age of VR very soon.
Uh-huh.
Very, very soon.
Yep.
And in fact, I'm a leading indicator as always, so I'm buying a VR headset today.
Today?
Yeah.
Which?
Meta Quest. Like a friend is like selling it to me.
Oh, I have a Quest 3, but I left it at home in Florida. Maybe I should have my
I wish
parents
that you
send it to
could
me.
actually develop on it, but
You can like a little bit. But it's not very good.
I don't know.
This is
in
really
one
sick, by
year,
the
I
way.
think that there will be like, I don't know, because there's still like things like hardware constraints for VR, but I'm fairly confident in my prediction. 1 year from now, there will be a lot more VR, AR in like common conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
one's
so
wild.
excited. I'm so excited. Oh my god.
So Kimi K3 ran for 48 hours autonomously, built to optimize and verified a chip design in order to serve a nano model built on its own architecture. So it designed its own chip, and then it made this 3D video model
Oh my
of it.
god. That's so insane. Wow.
This is just incredible. Knowledge work, advances end-to-end knowledge work.
Kimi, build me a video game based on the interior of TSMC. Build me a video game called ASML Machine Simulator.
Oh my god. Interactive 42 years of AI ASIC industry research website with original.
Bro.
And the writing isn't even that bad. It doesn't sound like Claude slop. It's like a little Claude sloppy, but it's not that bad. Fusion Industry Research slide deck. This looks like a real like industry slide deck.
I've seen something like that on my dad's computer.
Yeah, this has to be like one of the most impressive model releases of all time, like period.
God.
This might be like a top 5 model release.
Yeah.
Right up there with like GPT-4, with Mythos, with DeepSeek V3 and R1. Video editing. Oh my god, it can do Manim. Oh my god, you know how 3 Blue 1 Brown made a library, like a Python library, so you can make videos like his?
Oh, I haven't used it.
Well, it's called Manim, and models can write Manim code, so you can make automated 3 Blue 1 Brown videos.
Wait, so can I install this?
Oh my god, Kimi K3 edited its own teaser video.
Bro. Oh my god. I'm actually like overwhelmed.
Holy shit.
Like, I don't even know. This changes everything.
It's over for our production team. They're like behind the camera right now. They're freaking out. We're going to replace them with Kimi. Architecture and infrastructure. Okay. So coming report. For some reason, they released the model and the blog post before they released the technical report and the weights, which is unusual. I wonder if they're trying to fine tune the cyber out of the weights.
They're not.
I wonder if they're lying. It must be China just frauding. Yeah.
No, but yeah, maybe like yeah, there's like something else that they're doing before they release it.
I'm informing my dad, who's very into models. There we go. Limitations. Excessive proactiveness. Interesting. As a result, when it encounters minor issues or ambiguous user intent, it may make unexpected decisions on the user's behalf.
This is like when
this is agentic misalignment.
No, but this is like this is, yeah, it is.
It's agentic misalignment summer.
It is agentic misalignment summer. No, but this reminds me of like when you're in a job interview and somebody asks you like, "What's your biggest weakness?" and like they respond like, "Oh, like I work too hard." Like,
yeah.
That's like the model version of that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm overly proactive. I will like complete the task even when it's misaligned. I'm too good. I'm too goated.
Let's take a look at some reactions to. Oh, my shit just froze.
Ooh.
It is actually insane how my 16 gigs of RAM MacBook Pro is just not good enough anymore.
Yeah.
K3, let's see. Despite being a highly competitive model overall, K3 nonetheless exhibits a noticeable gap in user experience compared with Fable and Sol. Interesting.
User experience being what?
I don't know.
The interface?
I think just vibes. Okay. Yeah, Kimi seems to be a true open weights frontier model. Compared to jailbreaking proprietary models, fine-tuning this to be a malicious coding agent will be trivial since you have the weights. We live in a completely different world now. Yeah, so might be a time of increased cyber risk for the near future temporarily. Tenebris says, look, I know I keep saying this. I know I keep banging doomer drums, and I know the last 6 months really haven't looked much observably different to most people. But K3 looks like it's finally hitting a different level. Tune, cyber, scam, info correlation, /blackmail, gathering, etc. versions of this are all very moderate amounts of effort away. An effort that K3 itself will very likely be able to automate even for people with zero ML capability. Open source models have been pretty paper thin for a while now, hitting frontier on some benchmarks, but realistically falling over when you actually try to throw them at anything real. But this looks real, and if it's real, then the time for prevention's over, and the time for very, very active defense has begun.
Yeah, this is just like so awkward for Anthropic after they like made such a big deal.
Awkward.
No, but yeah, like after they made such a big deal about Mythos and they were like, we can't release this onto humanity.
Yeah.
Like it's gonna be so dangerous. And then Kimi's just like, by the way, here's our model, and then here's like 5 cool video games that we made, and also we edited our own video. And also it's like the price of Sonnet.
I am become Mythos, destroyer of cybersecurity. All right, here's our reaction from Mr. T or Taxes. 5-7. I have no words. Remember, he said it was going to be 55, quite optimistically. Yeah.
Bro, if I'm DeepSeek, I'm sweating. I'm sweating so hard. Their model is probably not. Oh God.
Let's see how the fine grained predictions from Aquafu have fared. For starters, yes, third best lab on CryptPT. Val's index 74%. Terminal bench 88.3%. Holy shit! I don't even care anymore. They don't sandbag on anything, just superiority. Oh yeah, another thing is that the top frontier labs will sandbag on certain benchmarks because they don't want their models to like be really, really good at like agentic cybersecurity, for example. Anyway, this is just so exciting. We live in a time of wonders. Lisan Al-Gaib. Kimi K3 definitely has the big model smell. It's beating Fable here. So this is Fable's SVG test. 1, 2, Roku City.
Yeah.
We have Roku City at home. So notice there's like a giant issue with the wall of the house looks fake and
Fable is so bad at like oh my God. Yeah. Yeah, Fable's really bad at SVG stuff and like generally making realistic proportions. Like it doesn't have a good understanding of like perspective at all.
Kimi scores 23% on CryptPT, which is physics reasoning. Which is below Fable and GPT models.
What's the highest?
Sol, which is 32.
Okay.
But it is on the level of 5.4 extra high, which is quite good. So it's not like the best model period at everything, which is what Fable was when it came out. Fable was essentially the best model period at everything. This one says, anyone who claims China bros are more than 2 months behind does not know what they're talking about. I think it's plausible, actually, that China bros are more than 2 months behind because Anthropic is sitting on something better than Fable and have not released it yet. Kamal says, it's agentic misalignment summer at Theo Jaffe on Kimi K3.
Oh my God.
Kimi AI, mind blown.
We need to get somebody from Kimi on.
On this day 14 years ago, situation remembered. Burger King foot lettuce was 14 years ago
The last
today.
thing you want on your Burger King burger
is
somebody else's foot fungus.
But as it turns out, that might be what you get. Number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. Okay, I guess,
we gotta go.
We have time for one more, which is Dario and 5 other Anthropic employees gave more than $2 million to a super PAC called Public First, which is like Anthropic's super PAC. I think it's really funny. One of the super PACs that is like explicitly Anthropic aligned is called Jobs and Democracy PAC. Like, yeah, we're calling our super PAC the good super PAC that supports good things. I'm gonna start the Sunshine and Puppies super PAC.
The Smiles super PAC.
The Smiles and Giggles super PAC. Yeah. Meanwhile, the OpenAI one is called Leading the Future, which I think is, less like.
Well, the name is fine. I just think like everyone was like, oh, that's the evil one. Like people just associate it with like, oh, that's the evil one.
They mobilized in part in response to the creation of Leading the Future, backed by Mark Andreessen and Greg Brockman. So there's proxy wars in all kinds of political races right now between Leading the Future and Public First. So what does Public First Super PAC actually believe? I think it's this one. Issues, let's see. Our approach to AI policy, accountability and transparency, protect national security, preserve states' authority. Yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty interesting. Well, we could deep dive this later. TLDR of this one, Kimi K3, it's a good model, sir.
It's a great model.
It's a good model, sir. It's a really good model. I'm kind of blown away.
Wow.
Very impressed. Congratulations to the Kimi team. All right, we'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
welcome back to MTS. Today I am here with Welcome back to MTS. Today I am here with Josh Glasgow, who is the founder, CEO, and CFO of Campfire, which is an AI native ERP built to replace legacy systems such as what you may have heard of with NetSuite or SAP for modern finance team. And I'm really excited because Glasgow built the company after more than 15 years as a finance executive, including helping lead invoices to GoSale to Bill.com. So I'm really excited to talk to you today about if AI is finally changing the system of record itself without weakening the controls companies depend on. So John, super excited to talk to you today.
Yes, Sophia, thanks so much for having me on the show. Really excited to cover that because it's a hot topic for us.
Exactly. Let's just get right into it. So if you're someone who's never lived through a full month-end close, can you talk about just the legacy ERP system? What's some of the most painful workflows to date?
Yeah, the legacy providers did a great job at bringing people from on-prem to cloud. But once they got everybody into the cloud, it was still rule-based automation for a lot of those closed tasks that you're describing. And so, yes, it can take a Uber transaction and say this was travel, but there's a lot of work like with something called an accrual, which is a cost estimate, or a lot of judgment calls around revenue accounting, and even how we treat specific items. Like, should we actually, according to our accounting policy, should this go here or here? And we have found once you put your accounting policies into Campfire, or we can just go ahead and work with the human. They can just chat with the system. It can take a lot of these manual tasks that previously were being done in spreadsheets. And me personally, as you noted, 15-year finance career, huge amount of board prep and monthly reporting. And we were doing weekly finance reviews when I was in finance at Adobe and just updating numbers manually in slides for the meetings. And now we can just take all these finance and accounting tasks and offload them to these really powerful models. And they can focus on execution within the business, being more strategic in terms of the work that they do. And that's been great for me as a fellow finance peer. We had a customer just go to the board and say, now that we've gotten the close down so much with Campfire, we're now actually able to go take on a billing project. They rethought working capital. They took on a big procurement initiative, and they're able to just focus on things that really drove the business.
Super, super interesting. What is a fascinating time talking to you right now is there was a recent study that came out that was talking about how businesses and enterprises use financial agents. And I think they had this stat that said they spent around 13 hours of human time a week just verifying the AI outputs. And what you guys are trying to build with Campfire, I think your specific product, Ember agents, that one is aimed at reducing that to virtually zero. So what is the difference? What are these skeptics missing?
Yeah, well, I think the model is important, but so is the harness. And so our ability to we've actually, yes, we use a lot of leading commercial models. We're on the Anthropic website as a case study, but we also have our own post-trained model that we built in-house. And so we're able to really in-source, and we're running our own GPUs. And here in San Francisco, our AI engineering team is really taking these models and heavily adjusting them and fine-tuning them and post-training them for finance and accounting workloads. And so our own Ember is our agent layer, and that sits on top of accounting intelligence, and that's our own post-trained model layer. And so we're able to do things that has materially reduced hallucinations down to zero. But there's also some things that folks can do, like just off the shelf, as opposed to feeding the financial data into the model, actually having it write SQL and Python. The big question now is the model performing a deterministic task or probabilistic? And so by having it write like a SQL and then verifying the SQL accuracy, you can then essentially move the model's doing more of the orchestration, humans verifying the orchestration was accurate, and the execution is done deterministically. And so we really think about these problems all day, because otherwise AI is not helpful at all. And so by taking our own model, our own agents, and our own general ledger, our own ERP, vertically integrating all of it into a single system, we have been able to solve the hallucination problem.
Interesting, because probabilistic models, especially when you're doing things like AI tools and finance, is very risky. And you guys are working with a lot of enterprise customers. So there is no room for error when you're doing
Correct.
these AI tools. So how have you guys built these specific models that aren't just general purpose language models that just have a database connected it to do financial tasks? What is different, uniquely different with what you guys are doing?
Yeah. Well, and I'll say just to speak to the outputs here, we've seen like 30x growth in the last couple months of the consumption of our model. And the pure reason for that is, I think, as you're describing, just taking accounting data and taking finance data and post-training the model for this one task. But I think another thing we do, for example, is we will have an accrual as a cost estimate. So maybe the Anthropic bill hasn't come yet, but you have an estimate of what Anthropic's going to cost for the period. We can go and have the model write all of the work, and then we have it write all of the work on how it arrived at the conclusion. And then we actually stamp that all of the what's called audit work paper, it's supporting documentation. We have it right onto the accounting entry that it produced. And so then customers are saying, we're seeing all of the supporting documentation that the model wrote for me. I'm able to verify the output before I approve if I want to approve it. How we have not just taken the model, but also built the model into the harness, I think was equally as important as the model itself. So our own model does have higher performance for accounting tasks than Anthropic and OpenAI.
Wow.
And obviously at a materially reduced cost because there's no token consumption. And so that's just been a major area of investment that customers say if it's not accurate, it's not helpful. And those are the things we've done to address that.
That's a great quote from your customers. If it's not accurate, it's not helpful. You can have this amazing general purpose model, but if it just hallucinates or there's any chance of some hallucination, especially for such high stakes problems, it's just not going to work or they're not going to use it.
Exactly.
One interesting thing you shared is you had this example from a customer that actually worked with you guys who they say they went from 15 days typical close, like from start to end, to now a 3-day close when they were using you guys. And so if you're like a finance person and you're seeing this, that's pretty crazy, going from almost 2 weeks to 3 days. How did that actually happen?
Yeah, and actually when you think about like shaving, call it 10, 12 days, it doesn't always sound like a lot, but when you annualize that, it's actually you're getting back January through April of the year. We'll call it just like a third of the year. And so folks are then saying like, wow, and that's my comment earlier about like, what are all the things you can do to drive the business forward? The ways we're doing it is we run the close orchestration for our customers. Close management is one of our products, and they enter in all, call it 80 tasks that they do over that initial 2-week period when they move from a legacy provider like NetSuite. And then we are applying AI to all of those tasks for them. And so they go from data entry or to manually producing data in an Excel file to actually reviewing the output of the AI. And so everybody essentially gets a raise. We're giving them superpowers, or a job promotion, I should say, as opposed to a raise. Because then they're just reviewing work as opposed to manually producing the work. And so the majority of the tightening of the close comes from the ability for AI to take a first draft for the human to review, as opposed to the human doing it themselves.
That makes a lot of sense. And what's unique about when you are working in accounting systems, you have to ensure that you're building in a way that the actual customer feels like the agents did stuff that was explainable, auditable, permissioned, right? You just can't, the typical ways that we use models doesn't work for this particular use case. And so I'm curious how Ember Agent actually does this whole process. How does it show its work? How does it ensure that the end users, the customers you have, are actually confident with its decision making?
Yeah, and as you noted, it's incredibly important. So some of our customers are like Replit and PostHog, and many of them have Big Four audits. And so the auditor is going to say, we need to see the supporting documentation for why this decision was made, why this cost estimate was this certain number, or why why you arrived at this conclusion for like revenue accounting. And so the model is literally taking like the perfect output for an auditor or for like an accountant and writing, there's like a long process of required documentation of how it's done. And humans typically would handwrite that. And so we are then, there's some of it is prompt engineering, but a lot of it is in terms of the model's ability to write SQL and Python and then go into the environment, find the correct transactions, ensure accuracy, tie it out. We're using, I don't know, 4 or 5 different models at once, depending on the task. And so we have sub agents and we have agents. So there's like agent orchestration going on. And that's important because we have agents reviewing the work of other agents. And so it's not necessarily like just, oh, let's like ask the model and then the output's coming. Before it gets to the human, there's like multiple layers of review within the agent orchestration. And so the having the model produce the full work paper, model then feeding it to an agent for review, then the agent review then sends it to the human in a very clean way for them to review and process. Then you go into audit, and you've had an agent, because most humans can't physically review if you have millions of rows of data. Humans physically can't review all of that. So we have a monitoring and audit agent that's also like after everything is produced, it's constantly going through your environment 24/7 and ensuring compliance to your accounting policies, ensuring accuracies, anomalies. So if a bill comes in that was from a vendor you've never worked with before, things like that are being flagged, like some sales rep books, something to travel when it was an employee meal, then that was non-travel related. It was just like next to the office. It's flagging all of that for accuracy. And all of this is culminating in speed to close, but also a higher degree of accuracy.
Interesting. I would like to get your perspective on a potential prediction date for the year that an agent could fully own an accounting workflow from end to end without having to rely on human review, but at a public company. When do you think AI agents will finally be ready for that?
Well, it's funny you ask. We have publicly traded customers on Campfire today. And the big thing that we do is we sit down with them and their auditor and we ensure like what are we comfortable with today. Ultimately, it comes down to the regulatory bodies are the ones setting the rules. And so as they continue to catch up with where AI is, we will see exactly what you're describing. The big challenge today is there's something called segregation of duties, where one human has to draft everything and another human has to approve everything. And so the regulatory bodies, to my understanding, from everything we've heard from customers, have not fully approved like agent to agent submission of draft and approval of draft, but that would be the unlock for what you're describing. But what we can see is the agent prepares all of the work today, and the human is still clicking the approve button, and the human is the one signing off on the work. That is the current state, and that's where our publicly traded or pre-IPO customers do say that they're incredibly comfortable with AI in that environment.
Wow, that's still a pretty good breakthrough that is more true today
exciting.
that wasn't true a year ago, right? So
Yes.
That's really exciting to see. Well, I know we're at time, but I did want to thank you for joining us and to sharing more about Campfire and also just showing the types of breakthroughs that exist today that are possible for agents when it comes to accounting, when it comes to all of these high pressure tasks that it has to get correctly, and seeing what actually is possible in today's day. So, John, thank you again for joining us.
Yes, Sophia, thanks so much for having me on, and feel free to check us out, campfire.ai.
Will do. And we'll be back with MTS. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am here with Jonathan Slotkin, who is a neurosurgeon and chief medical officer at Geisinger, who studies trust and autonomous systems. And I'm super excited to chat with you today because you just launched an essay highlighting how autonomous vehicles are already significantly safer than human drivers, but still the public trust lags because people don't feel safe with these machines in the same way they might feel safe with a human driver. And you just mentioned right before we jumped on this interview how you'll actually be in DC on Tuesday advocating and talking about this issue further. So super timely, and John, I'm really excited to have you.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Sophia. Great to be back on.
Why don't we just dive into the conversation you'll be having on the Hill, because that's something you just shared, and I'm curious to learn more. What's everything happening right now? What's the big debate about, and what are you advocating for?
Yeah, so listen, I mean, last December, 6 months ago, I wrote a piece, I guess essay in the New York Times saying that the evidence was overwhelming, and it was really irresponsible that we didn't safely pursue developing autonomous vehicle technology. But the problem is the evidence alone doesn't move people.
Yeah.
And I wanted to really try to understand why. And the answer, and I did, this was the first time I ever did original reporting. What I've come to realize is that there's a difference between being safe and feeling safe. And there's really just a couple of reasons why. The first one, and this was amazing, and there's data on this, 95% of us think we're in the top half of drivers. So the data enters our brains, and we already think we're this amazing driver. Then the other thing is we judge what we can see. And so we hear a Waymo get stuck in wet cement, and we think, well, oh, the technology must not work, even though the technology is safe and superior. Then I think there's two more things. One is empathy. So like when we get into a car accident with a human driver, eventually we can realize, I've looked down too. I could see why that can happen. So then we actually end up with someone to forgive. We think we need someone to blame, but what I think it is more so, we need someone to forgive and then eventually absolve. But when a machine makes a mistake, it feels opaque, like a code made this decision. And then the last thing is, most people that are highly opposed to this technology change once they've been in an autonomous vehicle. So this is part of what I want to bring to the Hill on Tuesday next week when I'm meeting with several senators and congressmen. And I'm really pleased to be joined that day, Sophia, with one of our partners from Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Bob Ullman, who's one of their national ambassadors, will be coming with me. His son and 4 other boys were killed by a drunk driver who was going the wrong way on 95.
Wow.
And so this is, I operate on these people, but Bob's really lived it. And so we're planning to go together with a trauma surgeon named Christine Trankium to really just help them understand the data and what this means.
Yeah. No, that's really important to understand the data about what this means, because every day so many people die because of driving incidents. I think just in the US alone, there's 115 daily US traffic deaths or something like that. And yet people feel all this skepticism or feel like Waymos or autonomous vehicles can't be trusted or they aren't safe. And I think it's also interesting how 6 months ago in your op-ed, we talked a lot about the safety data. It's like, hey, we just need more of the safety data. We really need to show them. But recently, in your latest piece, you admitted how just the data alone isn't enough to actually move the needle. What more are you noticing? What's actually going to move the needle when it comes to convincing the public?
Yeah, so it's interesting. I live this. So a month after I wrote that guest essay. So I write the guest essay, and it kind of goes viral, and there's a lot of discussion and a great debate. And a month later, I'm in San Francisco in a Waymo, and we're moving down the road, and it pulls up on the right lane, getting ready to turn, and pulls behind a construction dumpster. And the thing stops moving. And it's processing because it thinks it's a car not moving, or it just knows it's something not moving. And the light cycles and we don't move, and cars are going around us. And I instinctively reached for my phone to start recording, probably mostly because I wanted to show my daughter, but also because a month earlier I had written about this in the New York Times, and I'm wondering maybe I was too certain. But the reality is the vehicle was doing a safe thing. This was not unsafe. And when there tend to be hiccups like this, they actually tend to be in the direction of safety and maybe frustration, but they tend to fail safely. And then the vehicle successfully navigated it. So I lived this recently and I think to myself, well, and what can we do about this? And this is another part I reported, Sophia. I got on with Dr. Tom Lee, who's a Harvard professor that is the father or one of the fathers of what in healthcare is called the patient experience movement.
Yeah.
And this is that thing about feeling safe or how the care felt. And we all get those surveys from our hospitals. Hey, how did you feel? What did you think? Was it too loud or whatever? It turns out that matters just as much to us, as not more than what we thought the quality was. So what I think and what Lee was proposing was that the AV industry has to take the same discipline to felt safety as it takes to actual safety. Make it a science, measure it, fix it. And, I'll take it further. James Cham from Bloomberg Beta commented on my tweet yesterday. He thinks this felt safety competence is actually going to be what differentiates who wins in the next 10 years, because the safety we're all going to get with the engineering. That's going to be table stakes. But as our whole lives end up surrounded by autonomous systems, embodied autonomous systems, Cham made the case, and I agree with him, that that's going to become a leadership competency. And the companies that win are going to be the companies that manage to realize we need to treat felt safety not just as a comms problem. It's something we got to measure and get skin in the game around.
100%, 100%. And what I find so fascinating about your specific background is you are a doctor, you are a neurosurgeon, you understand what that world is like actually being in healthcare. And I find that so interesting that you're applying that world into the autonomous driving, autonomous vehicle world. And I'm curious to get your perspective. What can you actually learn about healthcare, about how to create that feeling of safety? What are the specific things or the equivalent signals you'd want to see in autonomous vehicles and driverless cars that make people who are in them actually feel that psychological sense of safety?
Yeah, this is a major design problem, and it's achievable. And look, I want to be clear, healthcare hasn't completely solved this. It's not like every healthcare experience is an amazing experience. We all know that, but at least they've made it measurable. So Lee talks about the care in the hospital's great, but I see a dirty bandage on the floor, or the doctor has blood on their scrubs. So now I assume the care here must not be good. And what I think Lee would say, and I agree, is the first thing we have to do is measure it. So measure felt safety in this AV industry. And by the way, I think this is just the first one. We got to now bring this to robots in the home and robots in healthcare and in other forms of embodied systems. And so we got to measure the problem first. And now, beware the doctor that wants to play product lead. But when I think about the fact that I hail the rideshare through an app, there's a moment there to survey these people too, right? Right through the same app. And I don't just mean like, was it amazing? Make it a measured discipline the way Lee did in healthcare, where you come up with a validated instrument, and perhaps it even eventually becomes required across the industry. And then once we see where we're failing, I think we have the ability to start to intervene. So we have in the environment in the autonomous vehicle, the person's app on their phone as a great way to interact with them and think about solutions. You're literally in their pocket. And then we have the screens in the vehicle and the ability to try to do that. But then I'll take one more large one. So you probably remember Cruise. Cruise was an attempt from another company, and they ended up out of business and actually charged by the federal government for not totally disclosing that when one of their vehicles ended up with a woman who was actually hit by another car. The cruise vehicle dragged the woman another 20 feet, it's alleged, and that was not reported. So the company closed. And so the lesson there, and I think some entrants here, including Waymo, have been really good at this, is radical transparency.
Yeah. Yeah.
We got to bring radical transparency to this, which is we own what happens. And here's what happened, and here's what we learned. We did a root cause analysis. And that's another place healthcare, I think, has been good, at least when it's done right, is this idea. So those would be my two biggest, takeaways, Sophia, is we got to measure it to know what it is. And I think we should mandate it and get skin in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And then we've got to always make sure we're bringing radical transparency to the things that don't go well and how we're going to intervene.
Yeah, radical transparency. And even when I'm thinking it from like a user experience level, if you're the equivalent of a patient that doesn't want to see bandages on their hospital floor, maybe when you are in your Waymo or you're in your autonomous vehicle, you want to see the screen that they're seeing. You want to see, oh, they noticed that cat that ran across the road. They noticed the cars next to me. That's been something that's pretty recent in the cars that are actually driving. They have this like screen and you can actually see where it's placed and what it's sensing. And I feel a lot more psychologically safe from getting to just understand what's happening beneath the hood.
Yeah, so we all remember there was a case not that long ago where a beloved cat got hit by an autonomous vehicle. And I want to say a couple things about not that specific case, but the theme.
Mm-hmm.
When we know that now 1 out of every 8 days, and let me be clear, I'm not funded by any company that does these technologies. I don't work for any of these companies. I just review the data because I operate on these people who are dying.
Wow.
But right now, 1 out of every 8 days, autonomous vehicles, particularly those operated by Waymo, and I'm excited to see Zoox and Tesla's data when they have data in a form we can measure. They're avoiding a serious injury once every 8 days. This is major progress. And I think we need to, continue to take that and run down that directionality with where we're going with that. I want to say one more thing on that the cat though. We're still going to hit cats, so to speak. And they run out into streets. Now, is it going to probably happen a lot less? Yeah, the data would suggest that. And in healthcare autonomy, one of the things Lee said to me, and I didn't put it in this article, is that when healthcare is dealing with autonomous systems, we're going to hit a cat every day.
Mm-hmm.
Those were his words. But then the number of humans saved it sort of put in counterbalance to the cat that healthcare is going to hit every day. I feel like we need to bring that a little bit more to the AV world. Because when I say to my patient, look, hey, this autonomous system may hit a cat every day, but it's going to save 10 humans.
Mm-hmm.
In healthcare, I feel like folks get that more, that because they know that there's risk. For some reason, we still haven't made that leap in the AV industry.
Mm. Yeah, I guess what's really interesting is even just from a perspective of safety, there is the data now that shows it's a lot safer. And yet people use that cat example, or people will use that SF blackout, all of the streets covered with Waymos and they couldn't move at all, as an example for, why it can't be trusted. But what I'm also hearing from skeptics is not just that it's not safe, but it's that it's unclear how these autonomous vehicles would deal with moral conflicts of you either have to hit this car or, pull off the road or hit this animal. It's that the train road ethical dilemma, a fork in the road ethical dilemma. So how are you seeing or arguing around how driverless vehicles deal with these ethical dilemmas?
Yeah, so one other name for what you said is the trolley problem, right?
Yes.
Where the trolley is going down the track and you could steer it towards this person or that person. It's become a meme and the whole deal. It is an important one. In fact, just the other day, I saw footage from a different company, and this was a human operating in the vehicle, but the vehicle was driving autonomously, and it had to make a decision between hitting a dog and hitting another car head on.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched the vehicle, and I haven't analyzed the data from the vehicle. I just saw the video online along with everybody else. The video chose to allow the dog to be partially hit. It tried to miss the dog, but it certainly avoided the head-on collision. In fact, read later the dog lived. So we could get with the engineers, but my understanding is what is done is these scenarios get played out as extensively as possible, where they will, my words here, put various columns of harms that could happen and help the vehicles make these decisions properly. And I think what you're nested in your question is, are we being transparent with that? Let's call it a code base, right? I'm not involved, but let's say it's a code-based decision. I think you're right. And I would imagine certainly Waymo and maybe other companies would be willing to have discussions about how they make the trolley problem decisions. And I'll ask them that. I think it's a good one. I haven't asked that. But one thing I know is that you and me, when we're driving, we're not running a 100 scenario trolley problem calculation, I don't think, in our heads in a millisecond and then choosing. It's sort of a reaction, right? And we might make the right one, we might make the wrong one. So if I'm faced with me making the trolley problem decision in a millisecond or an autonomous system, that's exactly the one where I want the vehicle making it. But to your point, let's have transparent discussions. There's the tough one, like people talk about, where there's two people in a wheelchair who look old and one person who's 8 years old. And God, hopefully that never happens. Let me just say that. But that's a trolley problem that I'd be interested how they reconcile.
Yeah.
Right.
Super interesting. Yeah. Yeah. I find it really fascinating that you're specifically calling for more mandatory reporting. So actually showing how all of these driverless vehicles like Waymos or Teslas or Zooks, how they actually decide how to answer that trolley problem. And you're specifically urging to have them be required to publish independently verified sources of how they actually deal with these ethics dilemmas. And so what do you think is the big reason that they're not doing that yet? What's preventing that from actually happening?
Yeah, so it's interesting. And for anyone, and I hope there aren't a lot of people, but I'm sure there are, because since my most recent article, a lot of voices have come out, including a small subset that thinks I'm part of an effort to imprison them in their homes and everything else along the spectrum. But I hope that the fact that I'm actually calling for the industry to do more requirement, more work, helps people know I'm not just like the AV doctor who's like outstanding the AV companies. I want what's right for the people. So we need, in my opinion and others, mandated required reporting of their accidents, and that's federally required. But where the accidents happened and how many miles they drove is not federally required right now. Now, I'm only aware of one company that consistently reports that at the moment, that is Waymo. And I'm hopeful because Tesla and Zoox, look, they just getting started. Hopefully they will join that effort. And I imagine they will, or I hope that they do. So let's get to reporting, what happened and where, because right now you can't even really compare these companies to each other when they don't report in a standardized way. So the one of the main reasons it doesn't happen right now is it's not federally mandated that they do so. So that I think would be the biggest ask. And let's put the data out. So right now anyone can go to Waymo's website, and I don't just mean download the headlines. They have the raw data Excel spreadsheets or whatever format they're in. You could sit there, and I ask you, go write a better paper than me. I need to rest. Someone else go out there, analyze the data. The raw data is all there. So go do it. So we need the transparent reporting. We need and look, part of what I'm going to go, and I don't want to go too inside baseball here, but part of what I'm going to ask for in the Hill on Tuesday is we need a safety framework that is federally mandated. We don't have one right now. There's no mandated safety framework, safety reporting, what has to be said and how it has to be said. There's just a standing general order essentially to report your accidents.
Yeah. Do you think, because on one hand, I'm hearing you argue that these are a lot safer, these can be a lot safer than human drivers, but at the same time, some people would urge that the mandatory reporting would then delay these autonomous vehicles from actually coming into production or getting approved at a wider scale. So how do you see the future of the industry navigating that challenge?
I mean, look, I would say appropriately slow, not delay, in the sense that Waymo's been at this, what, I'm guessing here, something like 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
And the methodical nature of their development is part of why even their biggest skeptics would admit that they're doing the best data reporting of anybody in this field. Now, no one, I don't think the skeptics would say it's perfect, but it's certainly the best that's out there. This is a place where, I hate to go with the medical analogy again, I almost want them putting the diligence on this that they would put on a medical device.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, it might be a little bit slower. This isn't break things and move fast. This is move smart and fast. And yeah, Waymo, the old expression, took 15 years to become the overnight success it is. And I hope and I imagine that Tesla and Zoox and others are moving methodically and smartly. And part of the reason their data is not out yet is because they're trying to get the mechanisms and people in place to report it.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say that the analogy to something like the aircraft industry, where appropriate regulation is needed here, at this point, and if it slows them appropriately, then so be it.
Interesting. What I'm also noticing is that the debate that's happening on the Hill isn't necessarily a new debate. This has been happening for almost a decade now. And I'm curious, since you have firsthand exposure here, how is the conversation today in 2026 different from the conversation around the rules for autonomous vehicles back when they first began?
Yeah, it is evolving, and I've been getting a crash course on this as I'm planning to go to the Hill on Tuesday. I'm certainly not a lobbyist. It's like Dr. John going to Washington is about to happen, but it has evolved, and there have been some voices that have been invariant. And perhaps you can have me and somebody on your show together. One group I'd love to talk to more is Plaintiffs Bar.
Mm-hmm.
Plaintiffs Bar is in significant opposition to many aspects of the development of this technology and has been formally as early as 2017 and 2018 through their lobbying group. Now, I don't want to speculate on motive, but I can tell you some facts. The majority of state liability actions that make it to courtrooms are automobile litigation.
Mm-hmm.
It is, I believe, something like 60%. It's certainly the largest one. And so this is a very significant driver of their business. And if I'm them, now this is me speculating, staring down the prospect of 90% decreases in serious injuries. Now, I'm not crass enough to say they don't want there to be less injuries. The charitable view that they put forward is that they want to make sure that these companies like Waymo, Zoox, and Tesla can still be subject to liability and are not going to end up with protections. Now, just as me, if you told me I had to be injured tomorrow and go to court and try to get money from Waymo, or go to court and try to get money from an underinsured motorist that's unemployed,
Mm-hmm.
I'll take the first one and take my chances at trying to recover some money over the second one. But
Mm-hmm.
that's one that if you and Theo and the team and Eric and folks want to have, let's find somebody from Plaintiffs Bar that wants to come on here and let's have a spirited and friendly kind of like debate, because I think, Sophia, that is probably one of the bigger drivers for opposition.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, that's part of why it tends to be blue areas or leaders of blue areas that are most opposed. Because a lot of folks that are left leaning are kind of curious, like, why would my leaders be opposed to something safer?
Mm-hmm.
And I would ask them to look at any impacts of Plaintiffs Bar, which, as we know, is typically aligned on the blue side of the world. I think that's one thing that's evolved and is important over the last 10 years. But I'll tell you, this concept of a framework,
Yeah.
a safety basic framework with mandated reporting has been on the table for at least 8 years and still has not successfully passed. One more statement about labor. So I called out in the article, jobs are an important part of people's health and safety. And so I don't take that glibly. It's very important, and I'm not an expert in it, but I call out the reasons that needs to be thought through very carefully. But I heard recently, and this is public, that in a bill around autonomous vehicles in trucking, my understanding is on the health side, the Teamsters have come to agreement. So the Teamsters are starting to see, especially in trucking, how that there can be real upsides for them in autonomous trucking. So that's my view on the last kind of 8 years of the legislative side of this, but I just know we need the federal government to step in both to make it safer and also to regulate it.
Oh, that's super interesting about how the Teamsters are pro the autonomous trucking. Can you unpack that more? Why is that the case?
Well, I'm going to be careful a couple reasons, including the fact that I want to stay on friends with the Teamsters. Like I'm not looking to become a Teamsters, opponent, but and I only know enough to be dangerous here. But my understanding is that there's a recognition there that this is an important and developing technology, and that while they certainly feel that things like hazardous chemicals in children should still be transported by humans, that there's an important role for autonomous vehicles in trucking. And I don't want to speak for Motive, but one view I have, and some others that are lobbyists have shared with me, is that they're certainly aware that there are at least 4 Chinese companies developing in this area, and we don't want to lose there.
Yeah.
And I think that if that's part of what the Teamsters feel, then a lot of us could get behind that, and probably folks associated with your show, that I feel like it's coming home when I say this show on this show, but I'll say it again, that I think that autonomous vehicles right now are the best real world broad example of American exceptionalism, bar none. Number one, the king. And we have at least 4 Chinese companies chasing us in this regard. So if we allow ourselves to get, pardon the weird pun, I don't mean it, wrapped around the axle politically here, we face importing Chinese autonomous vehicles in a couple of years if they move ahead here. Because look, the economics are going to drive the trucking. If the insurance rates drop for autonomous trucks, that's where the industry is going to go, right? And let's make sure it's American trucks that we're driving when we have autonomous vehicles.
Yeah, definitely. I know we're reaching time, but I did just want to get your personal perspective, a bit more of your personal story. I find it so fascinating that you're not necessarily in the autonomous vehicle space. You're a doctor first, a neurosurgeon first, and you just saw a lot of this happening firsthand and a lot of the injuries. You're treating these injuries firsthand. And so, what was that concrete moment when you realized this is the problem that you want to dedicate so much of your time and attention towards solving?
Yeah. I mean, I wrote in that first article in the New York Times that a couple weeks before Waymo released their new data at that time, and I didn't know much about it, I had a teenager ejected from a motor vehicle through the windshield who we were unable to save. And so it left me really raw. And then I'm sitting there on a Sunday and I see like a tweet that Waymo released its whatever it was, like 90 million mile data, whatever I was working with. And hey, you can go analyze it yourself. And I don't know, maybe I'm kind of a geek because I'm there analyzing Waymo data on a Sunday. And I was stunned by what I saw, as I mentioned. So that was like a moment of unlock for me. And then there were two more quickly, because I know Quinn's on. One was that it occurred to me that cars are just the first thing. We have 10 years ahead of us of embodied autonomous systems, including in healthcare, and I want to help the public understand what that means. And then the last one, shout out to the home shop there. I've become good partners with Alex Emmerman from Andreessen, who, helps lead this area over there at your shop. And, those conversations really helped advance my thinking. So all of that together was probably my superhero origin story. Can I use that? Whatever.
Yes,
My
you can
origin
100%
story.
use that.
Villain
Superhero origin story.
whatever.
No.
That's how.
No, superhero origin story, 100%. Well, Jonathan, I really wanted to appreciate you for coming on MTS today and sharing more about your story, more about the work you're doing, and call to actions for people who are watching this, for people on the Hill, about how they can actually think about the future of autonomous driving. So thank you for joining us.
Sophia, thank you very much. Great to see you all again, and hope to talk to you soon.
Likewise. And we'll be
Take care.
back with MTS.
back. We are live with Quinn Slack, who's the CEO and member of technical staff at AMP Code, at AMP Code on Twitter, and founded SourceGraph. So really cool stuff. Quinn, welcome to MTS.
Hey, it's good to be here. You pulled me away from coding to come talk.
Yeah, so speaking of coding, the big news of the day was, of course, Kimi K3 was the Twitter vibes saw it as just a phenomenal model, basically. Like a Fable level model for Sonnet level pricing. Have you played with it at all? What do you think?
I have not personally. I cannot wait. I got it at lunch and I saw it. We've got people testing it though. And even without this, the world is so different from where we were 2 or 3 weeks ago. I mean, GLM 5.2 is amazing, and OpenAI, I mean, GPT 5.6, like AMP got 50% cheaper in the last week, and it got way better because we switched to GPT 5.6. So there's now competition at the model layer, and we just need to make sure to preserve it because a lot of people don't like competition. A lot of people like to be able to charge whatever they can and restrict choice from the rest of us. So let's keep that competition going.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, so tell us about AMP. I saw that you guys have like Inkling compatibility already, so that's a pretty fast turnaround. But yeah, AMP is like described as the frontier coding agent. So tell us a little bit about what that means.
Yeah, with AMP, we are 20 people. We are all co-founders, and we've all worked together a lot. We want to explore the frontier. So, what is the most that agents can do? Every other agent out there, they're trying to do a lot of different things. They're trying to water their product down to, reach the enterprise, to reach people that are new, to reach people that want to keep using the agent the way they were 6 months ago. With AMP, we just want to keep the features that we think are really good. Anything that we don't like, we kill, and we try things faster than any other product, even if they're more expensive or if some companies wouldn't approve them, like bringing in open models. We try to pave the path for that. And with AMP, it's kind of broken out of the coding agent box as well, because when we started AMP last January of 2025, there was a lot of manual coding still that people did. Now, I don't think people do that much manual coding anymore. And it's kind of diminishing returns to think of yourself just as a coding agent now. So, what is the rest of the work that can be automated? Still starting around software development, but how can we make it so that you can do as much parallel work as possible? How can we make it so basically all that information in your brain for what you want, AMP can get it out and suck it out as efficiently as possible? And you can be managing multiple agents at once. So, a lot of people, they'll use AMP. Same person who uses AMP might have come from something like Claude Code or Codex or Open Code or Pi. And, everyone tries everything. So we're not trying to say, only use AMP. We actually love it when people use the other things and give us good feedback.
Right. So what is the main point of differentiation for different coding agents now? Because there are so many. And what are some of the things you guys like iterate on?
Differentiation, the honest answer is it changes all the time. Right now, I think people like AMP because it's really polished, because they can use it from any of their devices and all their threads are the same. It's totally consistent. Some people say like, I use Claude Code in the CLI, but I've been using the Codex desktop app and I use the remote control a little bit. I use Devon for this thing. And with AMP, it's just beautifully consistent. A lot of people like that it just works. You don't need to go and pick which model. You don't need to configure it. We give you this dial that looks pretty slick. You just choose low, medium, high, or ultra, and each of those we've just made sure works really well. So it really just works. Like I think the very cliche quote that other people have said, I'm not the one saying it, it's other people. It's that AMP is the Apple of agents, where it just works, and that's what we strive for. But it's a crazy market, and there's the old concept of differentiation where you have something and nobody else can do it for 5 years. That simply doesn't exist. So that's why we built the company around not needing that. With 20 people, we're keeping it at that. We are every single person owns a lot of the company. We all do support. We all do everything. And it's a totally different model for running the company as well. We ship to Maine. We ship, hundreds of times per day. We don't do code review. And we're able to do that because we have really trusted people that have a lot of skin in the game.
Right. It's a very flat distribution of like co-founders.
Sorry, say that again?
It's a very flat distribution of co-founders.
Yeah, totally. It's great. And people can speak the fuck up if they see, something that's going wrong. It's not like the old company or the old corporation where you had all these layers of people. You needed all of these people to do these very specialized tasks. And as a result, you had all this stratification. You had people, low down that had great ideas that might not speak up. You had VPs that would can a project and piss people off and, burnout. And I think the really humanizing alternative with AI is you give people so much more agency, you get so much more out of them, and they're so much happier. I know, we're all, I think, way happier at AMP than, all the stuff that we were doing before in bigger companies.
Totally.
Speaking of coding agents and interfaces, what's your thoughts on the OpenAI Codex Micro, the little mini keyboard that they announced yesterday for using for Codex?
I think it's so cool. I love that probably a bunch of software people that had never touched hardware before are playing with hardware for the first time. I had that same day before I saw that announcement, I ordered this dial from like some supplier in China that's programmable and it's got a little display on it because we've got that AMP dial that lets you choose, which agent level. And I was going to program it. I have been a software guy my whole life and now getting into hardware. And I know that I can just have the agent go build it for me. So I think more people should try hardware. And you can get these devices, these boards from like Shenzhen that are like $50 and you can do so much with them. I mean, they run Linux on them and you can have your agent program them. So if you thought that the OpenAI thing is cool, I would just say, go and try building your own stuff to anyone who wants to. It's so much easier now.
Totally.
Yeah, totally. Do you use any sort of unconventional hardware or software interfaces with AMP or with other coding agents?
I do not have a foot pedal, if that's what you're asking. Although I've worked with people that have foot pedals, but not for AI. I think it's for some Emacs stuff. It's the old joke about nerds. When I was at Stanford undergrad, I worked in Gates, and a bunch of Haskell people had foot pedals. But what I've been using is speech to text, and I love it. And when you think about getting all the information from your brain to an agent as efficiently as possible, you cannot beat just speaking. And even if it's rambly, even if it makes mistakes, like when you say a URL, it like totally butchers it, even the good models for voice. But you can get so much more information. And that's what it's about. Agents now, it's not about the techniques. It's not about, I have the skill MCP or the MCP skill. It's about getting the information from your brain to the agent and knowing what you want in the first place. So I use Super Whisper. I've used like Almond. I know there's like Whisper Flow. There's all these things that even work really well with local models that will run on like a MacBook Pro and be really fast. The only weird thing is it's harder to do in an office environment. Or sometimes, if I'm working at home, I'll be talking and then my wife or kids will come in and, it'll interrupt. But otherwise, it's totally changed my life.
Yeah, I wonder if that'll change like the infrastructure of offices. Like you'll need more like personal, private, like phone booths and stuff.
Yeah, it's the return of the office.
Yeah, totally. So you wrote a post about the freedom of intelligence, where you argue basically that we need to fight for freedom of intelligence and the freedom from government restrictions on who can use what AI models. And this becomes even more relevant as there's maybe threat of government action now that Kimi is like basically on the frontier. So break down your thoughts for us here.
Yeah. So AI is incredible. It's moving so fast. It's changing what everyone can do. And whenever there's a big change, there's so many people who benefit, and there's some people that want to control how other people use it. And often what you see is the beneficiaries, the companies that stand to benefit the most from control. They're the ones pushing for regulation. And usually you don't see them, coming out and saying, hey, we're evil. we are a big company. We're greedy. We want this regulation. They always couch it in terms that make it seem reasonable. And usually the most effective merchants of this kind of regulatory desire are those that are the true believers. So Anthropic is an incredible company. They have very smart, very good people. They are not evil. They're not greedy. I mean, maybe there's, a few people that are greedy there. They truly believe that AI is dangerous, and they truly believe that they alone can build AI safely. And that is a true belief, in the same way that, Khrushchev, in the Soviet Union, was a true believer. That didn't make his beliefs right. It didn't mean that we had to agree with him, but he's a true believer. Unfortunately, Anthropic has now been so successful with their push for regulation that it has started to impinge upon the intelligence that everyone else can use. And I think that they are free to talk about their beliefs for as long as they want. But the moment that they infringe on my freedom, and I think a lot of other people feel the same way, the moment their freedom is infringed upon, that's when shit gets real. And Anthropic and the US government's actions here are inexcusable as well. But I don't think that the US government has some deep intent to go and regulate the use of intelligence. I think that Anthropic has been pushing for this kind of regulation. I think what they got, they thought they wanted AI safety, and they weren't actually happy with what they got, and they've woken a sleeping giant. I don't think they, realize what it means to regulate. It doesn't mean that they get their way. It means that the political machine sprays rules that piss everyone off and make everyone less free and less prosperous. But that's the situation that we are in. And it's just so crazy to me how within the matter, of just a couple of weeks, AI safety, went from being about AI safety to now, let's make it so the 100 biggest companies in the world are the only ones that can get access to frontier intelligence. And I don't know whose definition of AI safety means the 100 biggest companies in the world have exclusive access to this. That just doesn't make sense. But that's where we are now, and I'm against that. I think there's a lot of good people at Anthropic that are against this. They realize they've woken up a sleeping giant. They, realize that some people at the company have been naive, and people all around the world that are using models, people from the US that are not in the 100 biggest companies, people from other countries, people in the US that want to not pay incredibly high per token prices, that like the competition that open models provide. All of these people are united in wanting freedom of intelligence. So that's the battleground right now.
Well, these are all good points. I think the charitable interpretation of the Anthropic view is that they're very worried about like specific dangerous capabilities, like for example, the capacity for someone to make a bioweapon. And maybe Mythos wouldn't be able to do it, but maybe like the next couple of generations of model would be able to like substantially help someone create a bioweapon. And, this is something that in their view would be so bad that like normal technological libertarianism like just can't practically apply. And there need to be some way to prevent people from doing things that people all agree are like very, very dangerous if they were to succeed in doing so.
I think that a lot of people draw the analogy to nuclear weapons as well. We have an arms control for nuclear weapons. And I think the difference is that we are a democratic country, and I think pretty much everyone in this country supports restrictions on nuclear material. I do not think that you can get anywhere close to a majority of people in this country supporting restrictions on intelligence. And there's no good way to say, well, the US government now gets to decide, who can use the best models because, they could be dangerous. Once you do that, then you start having the government pick the winners and losers. You have, the creation of elites who can use better models than everybody else. And so, if there was a button that you could push and say, make it so that nobody can build bioweapons, I think, we would do that. We would have pushed that button before AI. The possible solutions are worse than, the status quo of people have freedom to use these models. You also have open source models coming out that make these capabilities available. And so, I think that the path to government restricting what intelligence people can use is one that our country simply will not support, and it could be really destabilizing. Look, like, we're entering a brand new world here. Our democratic system has weathered a lot of other challenges that seemed existential. You could always, look back through history and come up with a lot of threats like this. I'd rather do so with our democratic system where people have access to the best intelligence and we can all push, we can all argue, rather than saying, now a very small group of people has control and gets to make the decisions, rather than throwing out our democratic system. I think that would be far more dangerous than anything else.
Yeah. Do you think that Anthropic will sort of go back on its decision to restrict the capabilities of some of its models now that there is an open source competitor that is at such high parity with it? Or do you think it has sort of made one move in this direction of safetyism and it will just continue to do that?
Well, Anthropic is no longer the darling of the AI safety crowd. Ever since Anthropic broke their promise to not pursue frontier intelligence, to not push the frontier, they're no longer the darling of AI safety. So they've already lost a lot of the kind of pure ideological support. At this point, I think you can model Anthropic as a company that, I think at the highest levels truly is trying to do the right thing. But when you take an impossible ideal, which is to, keep everyone safe for your definition of safety, and you bring that into the real world, you bring billions and trillions of dollars to it, you realize that, actually the way that, you don't have sole control over it. So I think that, yes, you're absolutely going to see them compromise. I mean, even this idea of AI safety, meaning giving the 100 biggest companies access to it, the fact that, people don't laugh at that, I think it's a hilarious corruption of the idea of AI safety.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. I mean, yeah, we certainly have been monitoring this for a long time, and we've seen all the vibe shifts between oh, now, 1 week OpenAI has a ton of aura on the timeline, and then it's Claude, and now it's arguably thinking machines, and now today
and Moonshot.
Kimi. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So do you have any predictions with how do you think this will just become sort of a battle of the open source at the end of the day?
I think that that's the way things are going, but there's a big unknown. With GLM 5.2, we had a mini Sputnik moment, which was, when the Soviet Union launched a satellite into space before the US, and we realized, shit, we got to catch up. I think Kimi K3, I need to go and see, but that could be an even bigger Sputnik moment that wakes us up and will probably create a lot of good effects in terms of catalyzing the understanding of AI as a strategic advantage for the US rather than as, something that people should be against in this country. But I think it could also scare a lot of people, and I can understand why they'd be scared. I think that the worst possible outcome could be that open models are banned or are banned from certain industries or companies in the US. And I think that there's a lot of people in Anthropic, a lot of people in lobbying organizations in Washington, D.C., and a lot of people in the various parts of the government that want to go do that. They want to say, well, we won't let these models trained in China be used in the US. I think there's a lot of people trying to do that now, and that would make us all worse off. So I'm pretty nervous about that.
Yeah, it's quite possible, especially if they trigger the same sort of cyber capabilities that freaked out the US government with Fable. And GLM 5.2 is not as big as Kimi K3, I think. I think Kimi K3 is it's a much better model, and it's also much better relative to the top models than GLM 5.2 was.
It seems like it. And yeah, if one of these models triggers the review by the government, then the model labs in China are not going to participate in that review. I don't think the Chinese government would let them. And who else could do that on their behalf? So I do really want to see the neoclouds band together and realize that they have incredible opportunity if open models and non-OpenAI Anthropic models continue to get better. But they also are under tremendous risk if Anthropic is able to get open models banned. And I want to see them standing up more for this principle of intelligence, of freedom of intelligence, because I think their business relies on it. And then, every other business does too. In economics and politics, there's this concept of when there's very concentrated benefits and diffuse costs, then it's hard to band together all the people that, will pay a small cost. Every business in the US, every person in the US will pay, a relatively small cost if they're only able to use the very best models. But the concentrated benefits, of 1,000 people in Anthropic or OpenAI, they're so great that they are the ones who will go and, spend all day thinking about how they can entrench their own advantage. Whereas, all the rest of us, even though in some, our interests would mean that we should band together and do this, each person has a lot of other things going on in their life. So that's the classic challenge with regulation. It's so much easier to argue for regulation than to argue for freedom. But ultimately, freedom is the best choice here.
Yeah, totally. Well, thank you so much, Quinn. It's been great having you on.
Thanks. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Check out ampcode.com.
We'll be right back with MTS.
live with Lin Xiao, who is the co-founder and CEO of Fireworks AI, the frontier platform for training and inference on open weights models at scale, which just announced something very cool today. So Lin, welcome to MTS.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So you just announced a $1.5 billion Series D at a $17.5 billion valuation. So incredible. First of all, congrats.
Thank you so
Second of all,
much.
tell us about how you got here and what you plan to do with it.
Yeah, this is today's a big day of this Series D announcement. We have hit past 1 billion annualized run rate in July. That's another big news we also announced. At the same time, we have hit generated more than 40 trillion tokens a day. That is 8 times year-over-year growth. Just want to share a little bit about, many people ask me, what does that even mean? So 40 trillion tokens is more than all the text human generates in the past history. So we are processing that amount every day.
Wow.
It's very exciting about that. With regard to your question, how we're going to use and why we even raise. So first of all, we really believe this world should have very diversified entrepreneur and companies innovating across all fronts. And this world will be very depressing if there are only duopoly, only 2 companies or few companies building the future. It's very depressing. It's actually anti-human because I think who we are as a human species, we're really built for the insane pursuit of creativity, curiosity, and exploration. That defines who we are deep down. And that's why we evolve into today's society, very diversified. That's the most beautiful thing that ever happened on this planet. So, so because of that, we really believe in every single company should own this extremely strategic resource that is intelligence. Intelligence is a strategic piece of resource. And they shouldn't build on top of a closed API, and all they build is just API wrapper. The problem here is in the past year, application development and software development has been significantly disrupted. In the past, application itself is a moat, right? So hey, if you come up with idea, implement it, and launch and scale in a big way, that's moat. That's hard to do. And today it's not hard to do. In the past, you need to have tens of very strong product engineers, PMs, multiple quarters to get there if it's successful. And today, one person, multiple weeks can get there. That's no longer a moat. And then what else is remaining as a moat? What else remaining as a moat is the unique insights, product insights of what is your user intent, why they engage, what's their preferences, and those is how to run your business and so on. This is your proprietary information. That's where individual companies are innovating on. And they need to turn that into their own intelligence instead of building an off-the-shelf where there's absolutely no moat. So we as a company, our mission is to build this specialized intelligence platform, a specialized intelligence platform, which give all companies the control of their own intelligence using their proprietary information, and give them all the control of cost of operating their business on AI. So that is a mission we have been focusing on in the past 4 years. We got a lot of customers onboarded from startup segment to digital native and enterprise segment. That's kind of reflecting our 1 billion annualized run rate. At the same time, we also feel, hey, the space is very big. We want to accelerate the journey for all the companies to build that specialized intelligence. That's why we raised 1.5 billion to deploy capital, to invest in increasing our own capacity of getting this technology adopted, for companies to own their intelligence, and we are hiring, expanding our people across the board. We are expanding our capacity of hardware infrastructure across the board. We are also significantly investing in our R&D, in the innovation technology to make this model customization and the specialized deployment much easier to do. So yeah, I would say across the board, we are investing pretty aggressively.
Awesome. So do you think that it is like somehow like maybe a market inefficiency or an inefficiency of some sort that like there are so many like models now and they like largely do the same thing, and there's constantly new models like coming out, or do you think this is like a healthy sort of ecosystem? Because right now they don't actually differ that much in what they can do across all models.
We believe a healthy ecosystem is an open ecosystem. Where there is an ecosystem of all different kind of model providers. Their model focus on solving certain kind of problem really well. There's a ecosystem of AI hardware provider. There's so many neocloud now coming to the picture. We get on top of. There's a huge ecosystem of creative application that's going to change how we interact with our community and do business about. So we really believe in this open ecosystem, and we have been operating to be the connective tissue across all different areas of the ecosystem, across applications, build on top of fireworks, connect them with the best model which they can customize towards best quality and the special cost optimization, and connect them with the underlying hardware provider where they don't, application developer, they don't have to worry about how to pick and choose hardware or pick and choose which kind of SKU and all this kind of complexity. So hopefully we tie this open ecosystem together to significantly simplify and reduce the cognitive burden of managing all this complexity, and have the application developer focus on what they are best doing at, is creating the most innovative and disruptive ideas and to change our day-to-day life and how we do business.
So today was a huge day for open models, for open weights, because Kimi K3 was just announced, and it's going to become open weights in about a week and a half. So very exciting. Have you used this model at all? Do you have any thoughts on it?
Yeah, it's mind blowing how good that model is. At least from the kind of initial benchmark they released, is close to Fable, if not on par or better. Obviously, we don't fully rely on public benchmarks, and we'll love to kind of test that ourselves. We have a lot of evals and throughout the years of investing in model quality. We deeply care about quality, but here, quality means many things. There's no uniform measurement. As we have onboarded the customer from all around different industry domains, and how they measure quality is also specialized. We have almost all coding companies building on top of fireworks. And interestingly, in the past 1 year, another area start to boom very quickly. It's the co-work area. Co-work basically are the assistants for professionals. And the interesting part in co-work is very diversified because, hey, we have so many different jobs like professionals are doing and solving. So we have seen co-work, general purpose co-work. Those are solving the problem of doing professional deep research or slide generation or some kind of professional asset generation. And then we have co-works for finance, for legal, for recruiting, for sales, for marketing, for customer support, manufacturing, and so on, insurance. So very beautifully diversified use case applications. And there's so many application companies are building and innovating, and we help them to generate their specialized model that beats those off-the-shelf general purpose models quite in a big way, because only those companies know how to solve that problem in a unique way, in the best sense, and obviously their data is the best to tune the model, and their data is not shared with Frontier Labs because this is their proprietary information. Just give you an example, Cursor, this is public information. Cursor has trained their composer models on fireworks, and when they launch, they're very close to the best Opus models. So that is very inspiring, and that's just a clear demonstration of the power of building specialized intelligence model. At the same time, the model is significantly cheaper to reduce the operation cost and help those application companies scale much faster. This is very important. It's very important because product market fit and durable business, the relationship has changed. In the SaaS era, if you hit a product market fit, you should scale as fast as possible. Because the underlying costs are mostly people and infrastructure of storage and CPU, which is commodity. But in the AI time, product market fit and durable business are two separate concepts. We have many startups, they hit product market fit, as in their customer love their product, willing to pay good amount of money, but they just cannot scale because they're going to scale into bankruptcy. Scale to bankruptcy is a new concept. And that fundamental reason is it is expensive. This intelligence they build on top of is expensive. And for big companies, public company incumbents is even worse, because they are the winner of their segment, and they build special product for the consumer, prosumer, and developers. Huge traffic, huge adoption base. And for them to roll out their AI features into all their customer base, if they're not careful, they're going to lose a lot of money. So I think having the control of cost becomes more urgent, because otherwise it's gonna kill a business. So that's where we're coming in. Our specialized intelligence platform consists of a training platform and the inference platform. These two are co-optimized, co-designed to help every company turn that data into their customized model. And this is not a one-time process. For example, Uber doesn't just train a model once and use it forever. Shopify doesn't train a model once and use it forever. Their product keeps evolving, right? So the product engineer keeps improving the product, adding new features. The base model, as you mentioned, keeps improving as well. Every week there's a new base model. Not every few days there's a new model launching, one after another, top a leaderboard in a very impressive way. So you, as an application company, you need to tune your model continuously. We have customer tune every week, every day, or even every few hours. And it will keep you, think about that, the same as software development. You need to run your unit test continuously. You need to run your integration test continuously as you add a new piece of code into your code base. So then the end model will be continuously optimized for inference through our inference platform and get deployed to power the product. So then think about, hey, here's a virtual cycle of better product, generate better data, generate better model, powering the product, make it better, generate more data, better model, better product. This really create a virtual cycle continuously for all the applications. So in my view, I really think the specialized intelligence and the generalized intelligence are two parallel strategies towards intelligence. They will coexist, but the future will not be dominated by a few models of generalized intelligence. The future will be millions of specialized intelligence model, one per application per use case. every single company must own their own intelligence.
Yeah, totally.
How bullish are you on companies that make their own chips? Like OpenAI is doing their own chips with Jalapeno. Anthropic is reportedly working on their own chips with Samsung, uh, Google, of course, Meta, Microsoft. It seems like all the labs are trying to make their own chips. Even DeepSeek and ZAI now. What do you think about this?
I think you think about building chips is deep down in the funnel of optimization because the cycle is very long. And usually, I think companies will think about that when they reach certain kind of scale and need certain kind of unit of economics to support that scale. That also is an indication that they think the workload pattern is relatively matured. But if any of the assumption is not true, for example, they haven't hit the scale of deployment, or the workload pattern is nowhere close to stabilize, then building a chip will be challenging, because usually against optimization problem, the chip will be designed for a specific pattern. If a pattern evolves and then no longer fit in chip, then it's not efficient anymore. So in early days when I was at Meta, I think we have been kind of looking at that pretty closely. So there basically there are two loops of development. There's an inner loop of model development and deployment. There's an outer loop. So the inner loop is experimentation. You want to try new ideas quickly. The faster the better. You don't want to wait, because time is at essence to innovate. And there are a lot of things are changing all the time. So you want to build on top of general purpose hardware, where that hardware will be able to support all kind of new ideas. And when this inner loop finish and you have great model, solve a great problem, you are very confident that's going to go well, then you go the outer loop of deep optimization. So inner loop flexibility, fast iteration, outer loop deep optimization. And that deep optimization can happen at software layer. You spend a lot of time optimizing for the software or the model deployment, or it can even happen at the hardware layer. But hardware, I think, is the very deep in the optimization for now.
So I guess with the rise of specialized models, do you think this also will apply to individual people? Like, will there be a demand for me to have my own and like spend a lot of time training my own personal like intelligent agent or model for my own use cases?
So it's actually already happened in probably a slightly different way. So if we look at our digital life, right? So whether you whatever app you use to read news or socialize with your friends or consume like multimedia content or whatnot, it's already personalized towards your interest. So there's a model already learned, no matter what kind of application it is, ranking recommendation is built on top of AI models, right? So, and it's very effective, because it's very deeply catered towards what we're interested in seeing, and everyone's newsfeed, everyone's kind of short form video content, and many other things. The product we want to buy are deeply personalized. I do think that should be the future. And then when we start to adopt more and more AI tools, I can clearly see it will be deeply personalized too. For example, I have my personal writing style. I would like to be very crisp, punchy, hit the point very quickly. And that may not be the style of someone else who would like to be a little bit casual, interesting, funny. And again, that's what makes us human, is the difference makes us human. If we're all the same, then we're just robots. That word is going to be very sad and depressing.
Totally. Are there any industries that you see have like a really, really like burning need for specialization right now? I saw that you guys posted about like the medical industry, for example.
I think it's across the board. I really believe every single company should own their specialized intelligence. We started this journey with coding, and Cursor is on the forefront of being the pioneer to specialize, to build a specialized model and deploy that in production. And they have gone a long way. Recently, they launched Grok 4.5, trained with that data. A really good model. And pretty much all the coding companies are like building on top of Fireworks to deliver that end result. We have also seen many companies. Yeah, you mentioned healthcare. Healthcare is very interesting. It's very innovative at the same time because we have seen many applications built towards the doctors, for the doctors to do deep research, from the symptom to discover medicines and understand the side effect and all this. There's also deep research for patient to like self-diagnose and trying to figure out what's going on. There is preventive care that built on top of hundreds of EHR. EHR is kind of patient digital record systems in a creative way. So all of them tune their own models, right? And we have many customers in the financial segment, from banks to other kind of hedge fund, and or even the finance department across all companies. They're using AI tools. We are also work with legal firms. We worked with all different kind of customer support functions, recruiting, and sales marketing, really across the board.
Yeah, totally. Well, thank you so much. This has been super interesting.
Congrats on the raise.
Congrats on the raise. Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah, we're super excited, but also it's interesting. At the same time, I feel we're just at the starting point. We just began our journey, and we're hiring. We're hiring very aggressively, as I mentioned. We're hiring world-class and extremely passionate researchers, engineers, and the GTM operators to join us and build a generational company.
Yeah, wow. And it's only 4 years old now. Incredible. Check out fireworks.ai. Thank you so much, Lynn, for coming on MTS.
Thanks so much,
Thank
Lynn.
you for having me.
Absolutely.
And we will be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I'm chatting with Gulan Dai, the founder of Runta, which came out of stealth this morning. So it is a very timely day. You guys just announced your 20 million seed round led by A16Z. And Gulan, I'm so excited to talk to you because you just spent the last 15 years building a lot of the systems that keep the internet's traffic in line. First, you were on Cloudflare, and then you were leading engineering at Kong, and now you're building what you call the execution layer for AI agents. Isolated environments, real permissions, and a record of everything an agent actually did. So companies can give agents real work without giving unpredictable software the keys to production. So today, I'm super excited to talk to you and get into why you think this is the missing piece for agents isn't a smarter model, it's what runs underneath them. Gulan, welcome and congratulations on your launch.
Hey, thank you so much, Sophia, and glad to be here.
Amazing. Well, here's a great place to get started. This morning, you wrote in your launch post that one of the only places to actually govern the agent is underneath it. Can you walk us through what that actually means, and how does that contrast from how other people think you should be governing agents?
Absolutely. First, like I would say, our existing infrastructure is mostly building for governance software. Software is something you can govern, you can constrain when writing. But agent sounds different. Agent is something like they were probabilistic, right? Whenever agent try to make a decision, they may make on the fly. So the traditional way to govern software is no longer valid. That's why we build an execution layer at Runta here. Think about that, right? Like GPU and LM converts watts into tokens, and Runta actually helps you convert the token into production value. So that's the high level, what we're building here. And the execution layer is something really try to provide a layer for you to, for example, have the controlled, scalable, and auditable work, able to run your code, calling APIs, using tool, and like you'll be able to access the right systems, spend resources efficiently, and then leaving a record behind. So like something going on, you can figure out what's exactly going on and who should be accountable for that.
Interesting. What's fascinating about your background too is, you came from Cloudflare and Kong, and I guess for a lot of other people, they might just say, oh, can't you just put an agent in front of a gateway and then it's all done? But what did you personally realize that actually breaks?
Right, that's an excellent question. Like for gateway and the traditional way of like manage agent, like you're putting something in between as the front door of the software, right? But however, that come with a problem, right? If you governance like deterministic, when the sequential is like already deterministic, and then it's like much easier. But however, that's different with the agentic workload. So agentic, they are kind of like software, but I would say it's more like human. They have their own free will, if you say, right? Like they have decide why they're wrong. So that's something you have to govern as their goal, right? It's not something like in between. Just give you a very kind of concrete example, right? And I would be sorry, I would be technical here. It's like on the gateway level, or like any of the in-between level, you only see the final result, final package, right? HP, you send through your whatever the intermediate layer, you only see the final results, right? But you have no idea what exactly the agent, why they're making this call, why they're building this package, right? Inside of agent, they have like go a lot of steps. They have do the to call. They might use the budgets, right? They might access to production data, and like that's the piece that's actually missing. Like you cannot govern an agent here. You have to govern underneath them to see what exactly the agent is going on at OS level. So in that case, you can really have the governance way to make sure the agent is able to control properly.
That's super interesting. One of the big stories when people talk about, oh, can you trust AI coding agents or can you just trust AI agents in general, is the whole Replit story, where you had that where Replit deleted a whole founder's production database and said that all of the data couldn't be recovered. And so if you're talking to someone who maybe like doesn't trust coding agents or doesn't know how they're going to just go out into the ethers and make sure that they actually do what they say they're going to do, what stuff are you actually adding into that pipeline to prevent big disasters like that from happening?
Right. So like you say, as you say, like coding agent, right? Like the model gonna design what to do, right? And they're probabilistic. They easy get prompt injected, right? Even the SOTA model, right? We see like a lot of horrible things happen. Like one of the our collaborating with customer, they actually using the latest like 5.6. And like the other one is Fable, and they actually like they trick the employee to delete the production database, right? Like because like it's the even the model itself intelligent, but it cannot completely trust what they do, right? Then like we have framework plan, like they provide harness like memory layer to some sort of like make sure they are roughly online. But however, like once agent, like for example, like coding agent, they start to add, you need an execution layer to run them, right? To scale them and control what they can span, they can access, and what the record, what's happened, right? So that layer is missing, and like you cannot rely on something probabilistic and hope for the luck, right? Like to make sure like it's fully compliant, like at the guardrail. You have to add some deterministic layer in between. For example, it's like a preset rule for enterprise, like one, for example, like one of the quant fund, they run, hey, this coding agent, absolutely, they cannot access to like a production data, right? So something like this presets has to be there, like to provide a rule and like deterministic rule to preventing agents going wrong.
Super interesting. And what I also found from your specific like words is you said that most people, when they think about AI safety, they're assuming security typically assumes the model is the risky part, but the user is the trusted layer. And you were kind of saying that with Runta, that's actually not always the case. You can't just always trust that the agent is going to properly say what it actually means. And a lot of people are thinking that, well, if we just build smarter models, that will fix all of these AI safety risks. Is that where you see this going, or what's your opinion here?
I wouldn't say it's mostly like security concern here. It's more about like the trust. Like because like coding is actually quite capable. I just make the I'm a father of like 2 kids, and like I would say agents kind of like very capable, smart kids, right? Like very kids, they are smart, but like we cannot hold them accountable, right? If something go wrong, like it might be go horrible wrong. So you have to child-proof your house, like we protect our kids, right? And that's some layer we need in between. That's execution layer we'll be building to get that agent able to run like before they get to run, they have to be in the protected environments, like trust environment to for them to act. So that's the missing part.
Interesting. So like if you can think about it, you're kind of saying if you have agents, some agents also need more broad access to everything, but a safe agent would probably need something like narrow permissions. And I'm curious how you think of control and safety in that way. So if I'm understanding correctly, you're trying to say that it's not just having a cage, it's not having to write everything and police every credential or every destination, but actually ensuring that when someone like wants to do something or wants to prevent an agent from doing something it's not supposed to do, that they at least can, right? You can at least stop it.
Right. So a way to get smartly get human in the loop is something crucial here. You cannot rely on human to approving every single access request, right? That's not going to scale. And the other things like you have to put in place is a way to grant agent permission, like not much, the less, just for the right amount of permission to do the job. And once the agent finish the job, you revoke that permission. So that's another thing is also important. The third piece is like once you start doing that, you have to provide a kind of like layer for them to support that, able to support that much of amount of compute they need. So the spending is another part, like we are focused to solving. The token maxing is no longer the case, right? We have to think about how you're able to make sure agents spend token efficiently. So that's like the feature we've introduced as well. Like we do the compression for your token. We figure out like what's with the wasting pattern when your agent, like a called LM model, do the to call, we'll be able to provide recommendation for you. Hey, that's something you should improve, like your framework, your agent loop. And that's not a big part of things, is the spending.
How do you ensure that it's actually spending it efficiently or actually doing what you say it does? Earlier today in your launch announcement, you compared AI agents to like parenting. Like you actually have to parent them like they're your children. And similarly, if you had like a toddler running around, you would childproof your house. You can't just hand a 4-year-old a credit card. And so I'm curious for you guys, how does that actually play out at the infrastructure layer? Where is that true?
Right. That's excellent question. Like for the infrastructure layer, right? The way you childproof your infrastructure is like you have to have the guardrails, like as I said, like on a permission system, right? Like similar to your kids, right? You cannot handle knife and gun, right? Weapon to your kids, right? You have to protect that. And the other part is like you have to have the spending control. You cannot just handle your credit card, unlimited credit card to your kids, right? And similar to agent, right? Hold them accountable if they're overspending or if they're wasting token, right? So that's the second piece on the spending part. The third piece is the accountability part, right? Similar to your case, if your case like doing something wrong, you have to hold them accountable, right? And similar to agent, right? If agent fail or like do something complete disaster happen, you have the full spectrum of the records. Like you can go through the record, figure out what exactly going on, and like you will use that as a way to recover from the failure, and also you can use that like to figure out how to preventing for the next round.
Interesting. And if you use that same analogy of like your parenting your agent similar to how you'd parent a kid, when you're parenting kids, sure, when they're a toddler, you need a child proof. You can't do what you just said about giving them a credit card. But the hope is that eventually they turn into teenagers, they turn into adults, that you can just let them run free. Is that also the future you're building towards, that there eventually becomes enough clarity in place or deterministicness in place that's not just these agents running rogue, that you can fully just trust how they're going to act?
Right. I think it's like once we get the execution layer ready, which I think is going to probably take us a decade to build that layer. And like once we have that, like the safety environments, then agent can actually do much valuable things, like to getting, for example, like building the agent to fully productionize your way to operating your, for example, a website, able to operating your ordering system. So that's the layer is missing right now. I would say the model will gradually improve on the intelligence, but however, because they are probabilistic, right? There's still you need a way to kind of like have like some deterministic record on top of it. The other things I would think is, even like, let's say we have AGI tomorrow, right? Agents like as smart as human can do, right? Human, we can still hold a human accountable. For example, if I made a mistake, right, my boss or my investor, they'll hold me accountable. But simply like you cannot hold agent accountable because they are just not like a human entity, right? So that's something like you still have to have like some accountability model for that. And also you have to have some way to ensure something going on, what we should do, what's next.
Yep. Definitely. One last thing I wanted to ask you, because today is your launch day. Today, I'm sure, is such an exciting time for you guys. And you did just raise $20 million. What's next on the roadmap? What are you guys actually planning to build?
Right. So we were mostly heads down. Like we were already working with few early adopter and like including enterprise, big enterprise like public company, and also like some quant fund, AI Frontier Labs. So we were continue working with like our partner and design partner, like trying to really get this the max value to validate and also to exercise their way of the getting the value out of the agent environments. So that's the things we're going to do. We will help agent go to production, not just a demo, but something really can deliver production value.
Amazing. Well, I really wanted to thank you for joining us today on MTS and talking about the layer underneath these agents and how this is actually the missing piece for the future of AI agents and for the future of where they're going. So thank you, Gonlan, for joining us, and we'll be back with MTS.
All right. Thank you, Sophia.
Wow, I'm on the right this time. That's
Wow,
crazy.
this is crazy. And I'm on the left, I guess, on the side. I kind of like this setup.
I'm not used to being on this side.
I like it. It's you have the broken monitor. It's
No, the
this is
monitor
the-
works now.
Oh wow. Congratulations.
Anyway, thank you to our sponsors, starting with Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks at neon.com/MTS.
Big shout out to 11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
Next up is Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com.
And we get our own little cool merch here. We have granolas all over the studio, so it's pretty great. But big thank you to Blitzy, the autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5 times faster, blitzy.com.
And AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital at adquick.com.
And that's all for monitoring the sponsors. And we'll be back with MTS.